dead man's wheelchair. Staff from a hospital in Udon Thani, Thailand got the shock of their life when they viewed CCTV footage that appeared to show the wheelchair of a former patient moving around the outside of the hospital by itself. The video was captured on May 23, 2020. After viewing it, staff are convinced the wheelchair is being used by the ghost of its former owner, who just recently passed away at the hospital. Take a look. The director of the hospital confirmed that it is a manual wheelchair, and there was no way anyone could be controlling its movements remotely. He also said that the wheelchair had been donated to the hospital by the deceased man's family after he passed away. In Thailand, the belief in ghosts is relatively common, as the nation has a rich spiritual culture built on many myths, legends, and tales of the spirits of those that have died. With that in mind, the hospital is planning to hold a Buddhist holy event to say prayers and pass respect to the spirit of the former owner of the wheelchair, in the hope that it may help to put his restless spirit to rest. So was this the former owner of the wheelchair having a last ride around the hospital grounds? Or something else? What do you think? Quincy Hotel Demon. The Eagle's Nest Hotel is a budget-style hotel located in Quincy, Illinois. It doesn't appear to have any history to indicate it might be haunted, and the building is not particularly old. However, despite this, employees have reported strange goings-on at the hotel, claiming that they have spotted shadows out of the corner of their eyes and heard unexplained disturbing giggling sounds in the corridors. And apparently, the maintenance man is targeted the most, with weird things happening to him all the time. So it was no surprise to them when a mysterious shadow was caught darting out of an elevator on the hotel's CCTV. Take a look. The footage was originally posted on Facebook on the 15th of May 2020 by the general manager of the hotel, although it didn't get that much attention until a few YouTube channels picked it up. Those that have viewed the footage believe it to be genuine, and many believe the apparition is that of a child. Some have suggested it's a demon or an imp. There could be a plausible explanation, although at the moment we can't find one. Let us know your thoughts in the comments. The Trampoline Ghost. In 2019, a video was posted on Reddit that caused a bit of a stir. The person who uploaded it titled it, "This video was filmed by a friend of my friend's brother a few years back." In the left corner of the video, you can see a figure dressed in white with black hair crawling out from under the trampoline. To this day, we have no idea who the person was. Take a look and focus on the top left corner of the trampoline. The 5-second Snapchat clip is believed to have been filmed in Norway in 2017 and appears to show someone jumping from a building or a ladder onto the trampoline. The question is, who was crawling underneath as he landed? The clip certainly divided opinion on Reddit, with some convinced it was fake, and others completely freaked out by it. Some also pointed out the resemblance to Samara from The Ring. To us, there seems to be one of three explanations. It's either a human that they didn't notice under the trampoline at the time, a really good edit, or one of the clearest full-bodied apparitions of all time. Let us know your thoughts. Haunted Louisiana House. In 2020, Sylvia McLean, the co-owner of a rundown 1930s 4-bedroom home in Youngsville, Louisiana, posted on Facebook that she was giving the house away for free after she had struggled to sell it. But the post was soon inundated, not with potential offers, but with comments from locals and former residents who shared their paranormal tales of the property. Some even compared it to the Amityville Horror House. The last tenant to live in the property was a woman named Gypsy Dawn, who said that the house is quite unsettling, especially if you don't enjoy communicating with the spirit world. Another former resident, Dawn DeClout, also replied to the post, claiming that the ghost that haunts the house is her great-grandmother, Adele. She said her family owned the plot the house was built on for more than 100 years, and it's thought the ghost of Adele still haunts the building. Although she was quick to point out Adele was not menacing at all. Apparently, she was only about 4 foot 9 inches and weighed about 100 pounds. Adele lived to be almost 90, and she made her presence felt in the house by digging in the pots when stuff was cooking on the stove. And it wasn't unusual to hear her all the time jangling the pots and lifting up the lids when stuff was cooking. Others commented that the house was renowned for its Gatsby-style parties in the 1940s and 50s. After hearing about the hauntings, paranormal investigators Cindy Parr and Greg Matlock from New Orleans visited the house to see if they could find out what was going on. And it's fair to say they got more than they bargained for. Take a look at what happened when they spent a couple of nights in the house.
Is anybody in here? Can you just give us a sign of your presence if you are, please? Oh, no way, no way, no way. Smelly, you can stop moving the door, please. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for that. Forgive me for that. Something's definitely in there. What the?
Apparently that door was the door to Adele's bedroom. The pair also claimed the paranormal activity in the house drained the new batteries in their equipment and shut out a light. And in one of the other bedrooms, they were confronted by an evil spirit that stood beside a closet. Greg described it as a black mass that definitely wasn't a shadow. He didn't think it was Adele either, as it was too big, standing about 6 feet. They also claimed they could hear scratches on the walls, growls, and a strange urine-like smell coming from upstairs. Eventually, after 2 nights, the pair had seen enough and fled the house. They claimed the feeling they got from the house drained them, and they were exhausted when they left, saying the house was definitely the worst building they'd ever been in. It later transpired that the offer of a free house wasn't quite what it seemed either, as anyone interested could take ownership of the house free of charge, but they would have to relocate the house at their own cost, something that would cost in the region of $80,000 to take apart and move, and a further $40,000 to reassemble. However, eventually, it did get an offer from a man in the construction business, who was going to move it himself and put it on his family's land for his daughter. He was unconcerned about the history of the building and doesn't believe in ghosts, so let's hope they don't decide to relocate with him. This next one seems a little too good to be true, but nonetheless, it's still terrifying. The chilling footage appears to have been captured on a security camera and was posted on Facebook. It shows someone or something peering through a window as a man sleeps. The curtains can be seen moving, and it appears to be a stormy night. Then something falls from a shelf, which wakes the man up. Take a look. We're unsure where it was filmed, and although it's more than likely fake, we still found it pretty creepy. What's your thoughts on it?
The Death Tunnel. Beneath Waverley, there is a 500 feet concrete tunnel that connects the basement of the hospital to the foot of the hill. On one side, the tunnel has stairs, and on the other, there was a motorised winch system that could be used to transport any supplies that were needed at the sanatorium. During the height of the epidemic, it's thought that one patient was dying every hour at Waverley Hills, so the staff were having to dispose of several bodies every day. They couldn't get the bodies out of there fast enough, and they were having to pile them up in the cold food storage room. It was soul-destroying for the patients to see so many dead bodies leaving the sanatorium, and it caused them to give up hope. It was decided that the most efficient way to get rid of the dead was to take them from the morgue, place them on carts, and send them down the tunnel by the winch system at night. Once at the bottom of the hill, the bodies were placed into a hearse and taken away, without any of the patients being aware of anything. For obvious reasons, the tunnel became known as the Body Chute, and many ghost hunters have reported seeing figures walking the tunnel and of hearing footsteps when no one else is there. I honestly can't imagine a more eerie atmosphere. Room 502. On the 5th floor, as well as 2 nurses' stations, a linen room, a medicine room, and a pantry, there is a room that was notorious. In 1928, Mary was the head nurse at Waverley. She became pregnant by one of the doctors, but he was already married and wanted nothing to do with Mary or his baby. Mary was dragged to the operating theatre, held down and forced to have an abortion by the doctor and 3 other men. But something went wrong and the men panicked. They dragged Mary, her clothes covered in blood, and hanged her outside room 502. It was the doctor and father of the baby that kicked out the chair from beneath her. The aborted baby was supposedly taken away and thrown down the body chute in the basement. It was then hidden in the coffin of one of the TB patients, who was subsequently sent home for burial. People who have entered this room often complained of nausea and stomach pains. Shapes were often seen near the window from outside, and lights have been seen to flicker on and off. Mary's ghost has also been seen near room 502, perhaps searching for a lost baby. Timmy. It was not only adults that caught tuberculosis, many children also became victims of the disease too. A children's pavilion of 50 beds was built at Waverley to house them. The pavilion was not only for the sick children, but also for any children of patients who had no one else to look after them. The children's wing was on the 5th floor, and quite worryingly, it was right next to the mental ward, where patients with TB of the brain were kept. There was a play area on the roof of the building, with a set of swings where the children could play. Timmy was a healthy 10-year-old boy, and one of those unlucky children whose parents had both been admitted to Waverley with tuberculosis. Having no one else to care for him, there was no choice but for him to stay with his parents. Timmy loved to play ball with the nurses, and he would spend hours chasing his ball along the hospital corridors. While running after his ball on the roof one day, he fell the 5 floors to his death. It was thought that a prisoner was on the roof the same time as Timmy was killed and pushed Timmy to his death, but an investigation could not prove that the prisoner was responsible. Reports are rich that Timmy still likes to play ball, and sounds of the bouncing ball can be heard echoing along the floor in the corridors. Visitors to the now derelict building often bring toy balls with them so that they can play games with Timmy, and the balls are often seen rolling along the floor when no one is there. The treatments were brutal. Many painful procedures were performed on the patients at Waverley Hills. There was no anaesthetic available then, so these horrific procedures were carried out whilst the patients were awake. Doctors would remove some of the patient's ribs to open up the chest area and collapse the lung. Sometimes up to 8 ribs would need to be removed, as it was regarded too dangerous to remove no more than 3 ribs at a time. It could take several surgeries before the procedure was finally finished. Sometimes air or nitrogen was injected into the chest area, or a balloon was expanded inside the chest cavity until the lung collapsed. The gas had to be topped up every few weeks to keep the lung from inflating again. As a final last resort, a lobectomy operation would be performed. Parts of the infected lung would be cut away, and sometimes the whole lung would be removed. As you can imagine, only 5% of patients survived this procedure. Sometimes the TB bacteria would travel to the brain and affect the nervous system. This could cause patients to become mentally ill, and they would be taken to the electroshock therapy room for treatment. Electric current would be used to induce seizures and help to ease the patient's symptoms. With the onset of antibiotics, it was no longer necessary for Waverley to remain open, and in 1961 it closed its doors as a TB treatment facility. After a quarantine period, Waverley Hills was reopened in 1962 as Woodhaven Medical Services, and was essentially a nursing home for the elderly, as well as the mentally ill. Bizarrely, many treatments, like electric shock therapy and lobotomies, were performed on the aging patients for unknown reasons. These patients were stripped, locked in their rooms, and often chained up for hours at a time. The facility was infested with cockroaches and other bugs, and the patients were left to lie in their own urine and feces. Woodhaven was closed in 1981 after investigations of abuse and neglect. The Creeper. It's that unshakable feeling that someone is watching you. You can see them out of the corner of your eye, but when you quickly turn to see them, they are gone. Many shadow people have been seen, both in Waverley itself and in the grounds. One of these shadow people that is claimed to haunt the hospital is a man who hates any visitors. His presence is foreshadowed with a feeling that all of the happiness has been sucked out of the world. Disturbingly, he has no face and crawls around on all fours, more like an animal than a man. He is usually seen scuttling along the walls and ceilings of the 4th floor. He runs down the corridors towards visitors, and then runs up the wall to approach upside down. He then hangs from the ceiling above his intended victim, growling. Demonic entities are said to be drawn to places that have a lot of paranormal activity, so it could be that the Creeper, as he is known, is feeding from the energy of the dead. One story tells how the Creeper first appeared in order to protect a child that was undergoing painful therapy. Visitors who have felt the presence of the Creeper are reported to have been so afraid that they have left the building immediately and never returned. The slamming of doors and unexplained footsteps have been heard when no one is there. The sounds of coughing and crying emanate from the walls. Hollow faces have been seen staring hopelessly out around corners and through the windows. Children are heard to sing nursery rhymes, and doctors in white coats seem to just walk through walls. It seems that all of the human suffering and death that has been experienced over the years has made Waverley Hills Sanatorium a hotspot for supernatural phenomenon. The infamous Waverley Hills Sanatorium still stands today in Pleasure Ridge Park. It's now privately owned, and the more adventurous can book ghost tours there. As a consequence of all the pain and death suffered at Waverley, is it any wonder that it's advertised as one of the most haunted locations on Earth? So that's 5 terrifying facts and horror stories surrounding the Waverley Hills Sanatorium, which has been voted the #1 most haunted hospital in the United States.
Lavinia Fisher, Charleston. Lavinia Fisher was born in 1793 in Charleston, South Carolina. She grew up to be a charming woman and went on to marry John Fisher. The couple ran an inn just outside of Charleston known as the 6 Mile House. The inn was popular with traders who stayed there overnight, either on their way to trading goods or on their way back home from business trips. Many of them would be carrying large amounts of cash. The inn was also a favourite refuge for gangsters and highwaymen, and the place became a breeding ground for crime. The Fishers were aware of this and worked with the gangsters to cheat trade guests out of their money during poker games. However, John and Lavinia were greedy, and the paltry amounts being made from poker games was not enough to satisfy them. So they devised another elaborate plan to profit from the fortune of their unsuspecting guests. Lavinia started using her beauty and charm to lure male visitors into staying at the inn, where she would lavish them with attention and good food, all washed down with a cup of her special tea. Tea that was laced with oleander, a toxic shrub that induced sleepiness and even death. Once her guests were either sleeping soundly or dead, John would rob them of their riches. The unfortunate guests that did wake up were stabbed to death, dismembered, and their remains slung in the cellar. It was also rumoured that trapdoors were installed into the floors under the guests' beds, so when guests retired to bed, the door would drop, plunging them to their deaths in the cellar below, allowing John to pillage their cash and valuables. This went on for years, until suspicions were aroused as more and more men disappeared, and locals began to realise the victims had a common factor: their last known whereabouts was at 6 Mile House. In February 1819, a local group gathered and visited the 6 Mile House to inquire about the gang activities that were going on there. When they left, they were satisfied that they had succeeded in eliminating the rough clientele the Fishers were welcoming into their inn. They travelled back to town, leaving one of their members, a man called David Ross, to monitor the situation. The next morning, David became a victim when 2 highwaymen ambushed him. As he was being attacked, he saw a familiar face of Lavinia Fisher and was hopeful she would intervene and rescue him. However, it soon became apparent they were acting on her instruction. Her actions shocked and surprised him, and instead of help he initially expected, Lavinia choked him before smashing a window pane with his head. Luckily, he managed to escape and returned to Charleston to share the story of what happened. Just a few hours later, a trader named John Pebbles arrived at the inn looking for a room. Lavinia calmly explained that there was no vacancies, but she invited him in for a break from his travels and offered him tea. Pebbles despised tea, but courteously accepted the cup before discreetly pouring the toxic blend into a plant pot. The Fishers couldn't understand why Pebbles was still awake, so they switched tactics and told him a room had unexpectedly become vacant and invited him to stay. Pebbles accepted the offer but felt uneasy, and his instincts prompted him to sleep in the room's chair that night. As he slept, he was awoken by a loud crash. When he opened his eyes, he could see the bed intended for his night of sleep had disappeared into the floor. He fled quickly through the window, not looking back until he had arrived on horseback in Charleston, where he told law enforcement about the terrifying occurrence. Pebbles provided a detailed statement that showed similarities in the violence that David Ross had experienced. These accounts were enough to prompt law enforcement to arrest Lavinia and John Fisher, as well as their 2 accomplices. The inn was raided by investigators, and the possessions of the disappeared visitors were uncovered, along with Lavinia's sleeping potion and the trapdoors. It's unclear whether any human remains were found, but some accounts say 2 bodies were discovered, although it's widely believed that all the missing guests had wound up dead. Lavinia and John Fisher protested their innocence, but at trial they were both found guilty on multiple highway robbery charges. At the time, this was a capital offence and punishable by hanging. In January 1820, the court rejected the couple's appeal, and their execution was scheduled for later in the month, to allow the couple time to make peace with God. The Reverend Richard Furman was tasked with saving the couple's souls. John pleaded with the Reverend to help him rid his spirit of evil. Lavinia, however, avoided any effort to redeem herself of her heinous crimes. On February 18, 1820, the couple were led on their final walk to the gallows. John carried his newly found peace and spirituality and asked the Reverend to read a letter he had written to the baying crowd. In it he persisted to say that he was completely innocent of any crime and claimed that he was a victim of the broken judicial system. He also desperately pleaded with the Crown for forgiveness. In contrast, Lavinia refused to go quietly to her death and was desperate for a last-minute pardon. She made quite a show and had to be forcefully carried to the gallows. She also insisted on wearing her wedding dress. Lavinia was dragged shouting and screaming to the gallows, and instead of asking for forgiveness, she blamed the local socialites for her conviction. Her rowdy behaviour made it difficult for the executioners to properly tighten the noose around her neck, and in one final act of defiance, Lavinia leapt from the platform and hung lifelessly over the crowd of onlookers, but not before she shouted her last bold words. "If you have a message you want to send to hell, give it to me, I'll carry it." The wicked smile of Lavinia's face as her soul left her body left witnesses traumatized for years to come, and it seems she was not about to let anyone forget her fate, as her restless soul has haunted the old Charleston ever since. Many have reported seeing her unrepentant, anguished face wandering around the area, and her reputation as the first female serial killer in the United States is kept alive in the town of Charleston, with nods and historical relics of her crimes. It's still debated whether she was just a petty thief, or she truly was a woman who killed multiple guests at the 6 Mile house. But whatever the truth is, it seems Lavinia Fisher does not want people to forget her. The Ghost of Julia Laguerre, Edisto Island. The Presbyterian Church on Edisto Island, South Carolina, is one of the oldest Presbyterian churches in the country, dating back 1685. The main church building that exists today was constructed in 1831, and except for some minor changes, has changed very little in nearly 200 years. The surrounding churchyard contains the graves of islanders dating back to 1787, while the nearby manse dates to around 1790, and the place is of such historical interest that many island natives and genealogists conduct research based on the tombs in the graveyard. All its residents rest peacefully in the well-cared-for grounds. That is except for a woman called Julia Laguerre, whose soul is forever tortured. Julia was visiting Edisto Island with her husband in the mid-1800s. During the trip she became very unwell, suffering from diphtheria, and fell into a coma. Days passed and she never regained consciousness, and on April 15th, 1852, her family doctor declared 22-year-old Julia dead. Her husband and family were understandably distraught, and it was decided that Julia should be laid to rest in her husband's family crypt in the grounds of the Presbyterian Church. As the years passed, the family moved on as best they could, and the crypt remained closed for the next 2 years, until sadly Julia's 4-year-old child also passed away, and the family crypt was again opened to bury the child with his mother. But when the crypt door was opened, it was like something out of a horror film. Pressed closely against the crypt door, there was a female skeleton. There was also evidence of scratches, as someone desperately tried to escape the marble tomb. The realization was that poor Julia had been buried alive. Her family were horrified, and from the day the crypt was opened and her body was discovered, strange hauntings plagued the area, and the door to the crypt would not stay shut. Again and again, cemetery employees would find the mausoleum door open to the point where cemetery employees decided to remove the door in an attempt to appease Julia's final wish, to be set free. Sadly, just 2 years after the child died, Julia's husband also passed away, and he too was buried in the crypt. By now the door was off and the floor sealed up. However, to this day, Julia's restless spirit continues to haunt the area around the crypt and inside the tomb. Those who have been in there report a definite presence, and some have claimed to have seen Julia's spirit roaming the grounds, or have heard scratching noises from within the crypt. Julia and other members of the family are now buried deep below the cement floor, but it's said Julia's spirit lingers on. Crazy Mary's Hole in Pakefield, Suffolk. Pakefield Lighthouse is a decommissioned 19th century lighthouse near Pakefield, Lowestoft in Suffolk. The lighthouse tower has been used for a variety of maritime, civilian and military roles, and today is a Coast Watch lookout post. In the mid-1800s, the lighthouse was a signal of hope for sailors passing through Pakefield Gateway, the channel between two shifting sandbanks which offered safe passage to Lowestoft Harbour. However, as many of them discovered, the light from the lighthouse also beamed across Crazy Mary's Hole, an area said to be haunted by a distraught ghost of a widow waiting for her husband to come home. Mary is said to have stood on the cliffs, pacing up and down, waiting for her husband, whose boat had failed to return from a fishing trip. Every evening at around 9 p.m, a distraught Mary could be seen looking out at sea in the hope that she would see the sails of her true love's boat approaching the shore, but every night she saw nothing. Eventually she was driven mad by grief and finally joined her beloved husband in the sea by walking into the waves and drowning. Ever since, her spirit has been seen pacing up and down the cliff, wringing her hands in despair. During World War I, a sentry post was set up in the area in case the enemy chose this exposed spot to launch an invasion, and it's said that soldiers refused to guard there alone because they were frightened of the dark shadows they'd seen pacing along the cliff. The stories continued through the next war and up until the early 1980s, when an employee of the nearby Pontins holiday camp spotted a solitary figure of a woman close to the lighthouse. As he approached the figure, she vanished into thin air. Dead Woman's Crossing in Oklahoma. On July 7, 1905, 29-year-old Katie James and her 14-month-old baby, Lula Bella, boarded a train to visit a cousin in Payne County, Oklahoma. She was waved off by her father, Henry. Katie had recently filed for divorce from her husband on the grounds of cruelty and wanted to get away for a while to plan her future. However, her father became concerned after he hadn't heard from his daughter for several weeks, so he hired a private investigator named Mr. Bartle to go out and look for her. After some investigation, Bartle learned that Mrs. James had met and befriended Fanny Norton, a known prostitute, on the train, and that evening Norton had taken Mrs. James and Lula to the home of her brother-in-law William Moore in Clinton. They spent the night there before riding off in a horse-drawn wagon the next morning, saying they would be back in around 3 hours. Norton returned alone 2 hours later. The detective discovered that the wagon had disappeared into a field near Deer Creek, and after about an hour had reappeared at speed with one of its wheels stained with blood. Norton then pulled up at a farmer's house, called the farm boy over, and handed him a baby wrapped in a bloody dress. Clearly, something had happened to Katie, but when the detective tracked down Norton, she denied killing Mrs. James. However, later that day, Fanny Norton swallowed a heavy dose of poison that killed her almost immediately, and it was presumed she couldn't live with the guilt of killing Kate. On August 31st, 1905, the remains of a woman were discovered near Deer Creek by a local fisherman, and it was confirmed that they belonged to Mrs. James. Her estranged husband, Martin James, went on to inherit her estate and disappeared with their daughter, Lula Bella. The mystery was never solved, and a number of questions still remain. It seems Katie is not keen to let it rest, as her spirit still roams the streets and banks near Deer Creek, calling out for her baby daughter. Other stories claim that if you stand beneath the bridge crossing the creek and listen closely, you can hear the rattle of wagon wheels rolling around above you. The original wooden crossing where Katie's body was found is long gone, but a concrete bridge that replaced it was quickly nicknamed Dead Woman's Crossing, after the young woman whose spirit still haunts the place. The Strange Case of Katie Morgan, San Diego. Katie Farmer was born in Fremont County, Iowa in around 1864. Her mother died on September 23, 1865, and at the age of 2, young Katie was sent to live with her maternal grandfather. On December 30, 1885, Katie married Thomas Edwin Morgan, and they had one child, a boy, born October 31, 1886. But sadly the child only lived for 2 days. Eventually Katie's marriage failed, and she ran off with Albert Allen, the stepson of Thomas's stepmother. It appeared this relationship was also doomed. On Thanksgiving Day 1892, Katie turned up at the Hotel Del Coronado in San Diego and checked in under the name Mrs. Lottie A. Bernard. Staff remembered her being alone and sad, and she told them that she was waiting for a gentleman to join her, but after 5 days there was no sign of him. She was later found dead on the external staircase of the hotel that led to the beach. Katie died from what was believed to have been a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. At the time of her death, police could find nothing to positively identify her, so a description of her was telegraphed to police agencies around the country. As a result, newspapers began to refer to Katie as the beautiful stranger. Eventually her identity was revealed and the story of her life unravelled. In the days leading up to her death, Katie had been employed as a domestic in a wealthy Los Angeles household. It was from there that she travelled by train to the hotel, where fellow passengers reported that a woman matching Katie's description had argued with a male companion during the journey and had deserted her en route. It seemed Katie was waiting for her lover at the hotel, and when he never returned, she killed herself. Since her death, her ghost has haunted the hotel, and for years, guests and employees have experienced ghostly goings-on. Most incidents have happened in Katie's third-floor guest room, where visitors have experienced flickering lights, a television that turns itself on and off, breezes coming from nowhere, inexplicable scents and sounds, items moving off on their own accord, doors that randomly open and close, abrupt changes in room temperature, and unexplained footsteps and voices. The story of Katie Morgan intrigues visitors so much that the room in which she stayed in is now the most requested guest room at the hotel. Independent paranormal researchers have also investigated the room and have used high-tech gadgets to document the supernatural activity. There have also been sightings in the hotel hallways and along the seashore. Allegedly, another very active area is the resort's gift shop, where visitors and employees routinely witness giftware mysteriously flying off shelves, oftentimes falling upright and always unbroken. The story of Katie's tragic life has also been documented in a book called The Beautiful Stranger, and is the official account of Katie's visit to the hotel, and also contains newspaper reports of her death, as well as the coroner's inquest notes. So it seems that although Katie was deserted in life, she has made up for it in death. Boston, Massachusetts. The Boston area of Massachusetts is known for its rich history, culture, and innovation. But such a varied past is bound to leave behind many tragedies, legends, ghosts, and baffling mysteries that defy explanation. Probably the best known is the Mercy Brown vampire incident, which occurred in Rhode Island in 1892, and is one of the best documented cases of the exhumation of a corpse to perform rituals to banish an undead manifestation. However, this is a case we have already covered. Boston also is the hometown of one of our patrons, Julia. So Julia, this one's for you. Hit those lights, sit back and enjoy the ghostly goings-on and legends in your neighbourhood. And we'll start with Fort Warren. Fort Warren is a historical fort on George's Island, located at the entrance to Boston Harbor. The fort was completed in 1861, shortly after the beginning of the American Civil War, and defended the harbor from 1861 through to the end of World War II. During the American Civil War, it also served as a prison for Confederate officers and government officials, and that is where the legend of the Lady in Black originates from. Mrs. Melaine Lanier was the devoted wife of a Confederate soldier, but after she received a letter from him telling her he was imprisoned at Fort Warren on George's Island, Mrs. Lanier was determined to free him. So she embarked on an audacious journey from her home in Georgia to Hull, Massachusetts. When she arrived, she cut her hair short and planned to break out her husband by posing as a man. On a dark, stormy night, Mrs. Lanier rowed a small boat from Hull to George's Island, armed with a pickaxe and a pistol. Her husband, who was in on the plan, hummed a southern tune to direct his wife towards his cell. She was also helped by some sympathetic Confederate soldiers she had befriended. After reaching her husband, Mrs. Lanier was rumbled by a Union officer, and a scuffle ensued. The officer gained control of her pistol, and the pistol went off, accidentally killing Miss Lanier's husband. As a penalty for her crimes, Mrs. Lanier was sentenced to death by hanging. She was granted her final request of being hung wearing female clothing, but all that could be found were black robes. A heartbroken Mrs. Lanier was executed and buried on George's Island, still wearing the all-black clothes. It is said that her tortured soul still haunts the area, and she has been spotted on several occasions wandering the island, floating around with a lantern, still dressed in the tattered gown she was hung in. She is known to tap on visitors' shoulders and yell at anyone trying to enter the dungeon where her husband was imprisoned. Her ghost is even said to have choked one horrified sentinel. The Lady in Black is not the only ghost reputed to haunt the island though, and the fort. There have been several other strange goings-on that have been blamed on the deceased inmates of Fort Warren. Boston Common. Today, Boston Common is a destination that teems with sunbathers, tourists, historical reenactors, and food carts. But the place enjoyed now by so many has quite a grisly past. Established in 1634, it was the site of public executions for more than 150 years. Back then, Puritan settlers regularly hanged those believed to be sinful, and it's believed the ghosts of their victims still restlessly roam the common. Reports of people hanging from trees are frequent occurrences, only to turn out to be nothing when investigated. Others have heard the eerie sound of creaking rope and blood-curdling choking with no explanation. Some have also reported spotting a weeping woman in colonial dress, believed to be Quaker martyr Mary Dyer, who was strung up by the neck in 1660. But let's look at another location, and that is Copp's Hill Burying Ground. Boston is crammed with cemeteries, the final resting places of some of the country's founding fathers, mothers, soldiers, and the forgotten men and women who shaped the evolving city. And while a few spooky stories surround all of them, Copp's Hill Burying Ground in the North End is considered to be the creepiest. Torrential rains often exposed coffin lids and gravestones at Copp's Hill, and they were ripped out of the ground to be used as roof tiles, foundations, and road improvement projects. And in one grotesque instance, a cook used one as a baking plate. Over the years, visitors to Copp's Hill have reported apparitions of little girls, shadows cast by no discernible beings, as well as orbs, streaks, and blurs, which is not surprising after such desecration to the resting place. Dayton, Ohio. Dayton is a city on the Great Miami River and is the 6th largest city in the state of Ohio. Dayton is most associated with aviation and is the birthplace of Orville Wright, who along with his brother Wilbur were pioneers of aviation and are generally credited with inventing, building, and flying the world's first successful motor-operated aeroplane. But Dayton is also home to another person named Jack Reed, who is one of our much appreciated patrons. So sit back, Jack, and enjoy our creepy tour of your home city. Library Park, Miamisburg. Library Park is in Miamisburg, about 12 miles from Dayton city centre, and was once the site of a graveyard known as Village Cemetery. It is also the place that set a record for the most ghost sightings in one location in Ohio. In the 1880s, locals began reporting sightings of a ghostly figure of a woman roaming the cemetery grounds. Day after day, multiple sightings of the apparition would occur at around 9 PM in the evening. Word got out, and people from all over came to the town to try and catch a glimpse of the ghost. However, the residents of Miamisburg soon got fed up with the disruption to their town, and were becoming more and more agitated by the ghost and the visitors it attracted. Locals who witnessed the apparition started to suspect she was related to the Buss family, as they recognized her as a member of the family who had been murdered a few years prior. So in a desperate attempt to stop her nightly appearances, they exhumed her grave and moved it to nearby Hillgrove Cemetery, in hopes that the haunting would end. But when this failed to stop her, eventually the residents took drastic action and gathered at the cemetery armed with clubs and guns and attacked the spectre. But as the clubs and bullets rained down on the lady in white as she floated through the grounds, they didn't affect her at all. So in a last desperate attempt, the town turned out en masse and began exhuming all of the bodies in the cemetery. One by one, the graves were moved down the road. But the ghost was undeterred and continued to haunt the area for the next 100 years. Today, things seem a little quieter, and the last positive sighting was in the 1980s, although it's believed the lady in white is not completely gone, and if you're in the area at around 9 PM, you might still catch a glimpse of her. the Amber Rose. Today, the Amber Rose is a restaurant that specialises in Eastern European cuisine, located in the heart of Old North Dayton. But the original building, built in 1910, was until the 1980s a general store run by the owner, who also resided upstairs. However, in 1989, Eleanor Slazaz acquired the building with the intention of opening a restaurant. But just before the scheduled grand opening, there was a horrific fire, and a portion of the building was destroyed and had to be rebuilt. Eventually, the restaurant opened, but strange things have happened ever since. Staff have witnessed glasses flying off the shelves, lights and fans turned on in the upstairs office on their own, and other unexplained things. It's thought the daughter of the original owners of the building is responsible, and her nickname is Chicky. One of the restaurant's cooks claims to have seen the ghostly apparition of Chicky. He said she stood in front of him, lifted her ruffled dress slightly, and walked out of the room. When the management of the restaurant heard the cook's story, they decided to look at the surveillance tape. At the exact time the cook says he witnessed the apparition, this is what was captured on the tape. So the Amber Rose is considered one of the most haunted eateries in the state, and I wonder if Jack's ever eaten there. But let's take a look at Stivers School for the Arts. Stivers School for the Arts is a magnet school in St. Anne's Hill historic district of Dayton. The school began operations in 1908, but its haunting history seems to stem from a mysterious murder that happened in the school's basement pool in the 1920s. A teacher named Mary Tyler was found dead in the pool with a locket in one hand and a broken pointer in the other. The teacher was allegedly involved romantically with a senior student at the school, who disappeared around the same time Mary's body was discovered. The student was never seen again. Officials believe the unnamed student tore his picture out of the teacher's locket so that no one would suspect him, then disappeared. The school eventually covered over the pool, building a classroom on top of it. However, a trapdoor still leads down into the pool area, which is now used for storage. But it seems Mary Tyler never left. Over the years, students and maintenance staff have witnessed Tyler's ghostly figure levitating in the abandoned pool, and floating around the lower levels and the network of tunnels lying beneath the school, banging on pipes and wailing loudly wherever she goes. Students have also reported odd occurrences in the classroom built over the pool, including disappearing objects, changes in temperature, and flickering lights. Visitors commonly sense something strange when they visit the school, not just in the location of the old swimming pool, but throughout the building. Sheffield. Sheffield is a city and metropolitan borough in South Yorkshire, England. Historically part of the West Riding of Yorkshire. Its name derives from the River Sheaf, which runs through the city. Sheffield played a crucial role in the Industrial Revolution, with many significant inventions and technologies developed in the city. In the 19th century, the city saw a huge expansion of its traditional cutlery trade, when stainless steel and crucible steel were developed locally, fueling an almost tenfold increase in the population. While our patron Ted is from Sheffield, and thought it would be a challenge to find anything about Sheffield other than the steel industry. Well, Ted, we think you'll be surprised what else is lingering on your doorstep. Let's take a look. Bunting Nook, Norton, and its big black dog. Stories of demonic black dogs are entwined in British folklore. These creatures are not your normal domestic dog, but rather a much larger species, often described as having glowing red eyes and a mysterious supernatural aura about them. Stories of their presence can be found in most countries in the UK. The different regions have different names for the creature, and in Yorkshire they are known as boggards or barguests, and it seems Sheffield has its own experience of the beast. Back in 1846, 16-year-old Alan Glover was savaged to death by a black dog in Bunting Nook, Sheffield. Ever since then, there have been numerous sightings of the demon dog thought to be responsible, which is reputed to haunt the road running through Bunting Nook. According to local legend, the creature appears suddenly out of the darkness and stands in the road, causing cars to stop abruptly, sometimes stalling their engine. Apparently, the creature has a dislike of men and will attack them if they get out of the car. The creature also has the ability to turn into mist if it feels threatened or a human approaches it. Numerous local residents and police officers have apparently spotted the dog over the years and describe it as extremely large with huge devilish saucer-like eyes and shiny black fur. Seeing the dog is considered to be a bad omen and a warning of the imminent death of the person who sees it or of a close family member. The boggart is said to be one of Sheffield's scariest apparitions. But we also have West Bar Roundabout. West Bar Roundabout in Sheffield has been the subject of many strange tales over the years, and the majority of them have been blamed on the ethereal vision known as Mr. Porter. Mr. Porter was allegedly an attendant at the old cinema which once stood on West Bar Roundabout. Nowadays is the site of self-storage units. However, when the old cinema was being refurbished, 2 electricians saw a man walking to the toilet. One of the men followed him to tell him it was closed off and to ask why he was there, but when he got to the toilet, the man had vanished. The electrician called down to his mate to ask if he had seen him pass him, but he said he hadn't seen anyone. Workers also reported to the site manager that they'd seen flashing white lights coming from the old projector room, but when they investigated, the room was empty. Spooked by the strange occurrences, they contacted a former worker at the cinema and asked him if he knew about the strange things happening in the building. He immediately said the ghost Mr. Porter was responsible. He told them that he was Mr. Porter's apprentice. He agreed to come to the building to have a look around, but as soon as he entered the premises, he asked the workers if they were running the old projectors, as he could feel the vibrations through the floor. He was told the room was empty, but he insisted that he see the room for himself. When they got to the door, the sounds were loud, as if the reel was running, but when they opened the door, the room was empty. The man was convinced the long-deceased Mr. Porter was responsible, and it's believed he still haunts the building to this day. The Northern General's Vicar's Corridor. With so many drawing their last breath in a hospital, it's not unusual for there to be tales of ghostly apparitions and restless souls residing in the buildings, especially in the older hospitals where care was not like it is today. The Northern General Hospital in Sheffield is no different, and the original Victorian part of the hospital, known as the Vicar's Corridor, is said to be particularly creepy. The corridor is named after Edward Vickers, a prosperous miller in the 1800s who later gained control of his father-in-law's steel foundry business, now known as Vickers Limited. Whether the corridor is haunted by him or his relatives is unsure, but there have been some spooky goings-on over the years. Doctors and nurses on the night shifts have plenty of stories to tell of the paranormal experiences they have experienced, and here are just a few of them. A young doctor got a cardiac arrest call on his bleeper system, so rushed down the corridor and encountered an old woman who wanted his help. He said that he couldn't help as he was going to an emergency. When he arrived on the ward, he found the patient was the same old woman he had just met in the corridor. Another doctor recalls walking down the corridor with a few other workers when an old woman came towards them. They moved aside to let her pass and noticed that she was wearing a lovely perfume, but when they turned around, she had completely vanished. There are also stories of nurses catching up on sleep and reporting the same dream. When they wake, they see the apparition of an angry, matron-like figure trying to strangle a ghostly patient. No sooner does the vision appear than it quickly vanishes. And then there is the knife and fork incident, when the nearby canteen was showered in cutlery and trays thrown by an unseen force poltergeist while staff were working the night shift. But perhaps the most disturbing tale is that of a smartly dressed elderly gentleman with a long white beard who wanders through the corridors as if he is inspecting the hospital before disappearing through a wall. Stories like this are very common, with many reports of ghostly patients walking up to doctors and nurses, asking them for something to help them sleep. but when the staff reach out to them, they disappear. Durham, UK. Durham is a cathedral city and the county town of County Durham in North East England. Founded over the final resting place of St. Cuthbert, its Norman cathedral became a centre of pilgrimage in medieval England. The 11th century castle has been the home of Durham University since 1832. The name Durham comes from the Celtic element dun, signifying a hill fort, and the Old Norse holm, which translates to island, although some attribute the city's name to the legend of the dun cow and the milkmaid who in legend guided the monks of Lindisfarne carrying the body of St. Cuthbert to the site of the present city in 995 AD. The city has been known by a number of other names throughout history. Durham is also the home of Harrison, who has recently moved to the city from France, so is probably unaware of the waft of ghosts that live amongst his new home city. Well, let's take a look. Medieval Crook Hall. Crook Hall is a medieval manor house built in around the 1200s and is one of the oldest inhabited houses in Durham City. Currently it's home to the Ball family and for some years has been a wedding venue and visitor attraction. The hall is named after one of its former owners, Peter Del Crook. Over the years it has changed hands many times. Crook Hall is notorious for its paranormal activity. Ghostly sightings and strange occurrences have well been documented for hundreds of years. Such was its reputation that in the 19th century, when there was a coal mine nearby, the young miners were too scared to walk past the hall and would ask for their mothers to meet them and escort them home. One of the paranormal hotspots is the person-sized wall nook, located in the corner of the medieval hall. The story goes that a medieval soldier was brutally murdered in a fight over a woman, and ever since people have reported feeling chills or cold breezes emanating from the nook and felt a presence in the area. Another reoccurring apparition is the ghost of the woman in white. She is often seen or heard drifting around the building. In one peculiar tale, a banquet had been prepared and laid out on the tables in the medieval hall. But as the lord and lady of the manor led their guests in, a loud crash was heard. When they entered the room, all the tables and dishes had been upturned and were strewn across the floor. The ghost of the woman in white was blamed, as no one else had access to the room. The woman in white also haunts the ancient wooded staircase. She's been seen running up and down them, or silently gliding up the banisters. The previous owners, John and Mary Hogwood, are convinced that the woman in white is the spirit of Cuthbert Billingham's niece, a former resident of the hall. Many visitors have had other strange experiences at Crook Hall, including one who saw children playing in the gallery an hour after the last child had left the premises. Another visitor who was travelling home on a coach after visiting the hall reported that he had seen an older man in bedclothes and a nightcap asleep in a chair before he left. Other people on the coach confirmed that they had also seen the man. When this was reported to the owners, they confirmed no one of that description was in the hall that day and that they didn't know anyone who wears a nightcap. Jimmy Allen and the Gypsy Piper. Alvand Bridge is a medieval masonry arch bridge across the River Ware in the city of Durham. It links the peninsula in the centre of Durham and the Alvand area of the city and is a Grade 1 listed building. However, this historic bridge is said to be haunted, and if you stand on the bridge at midnight, you can supposedly hear the ghostly music of Durham's Castle's Northumbrian piper Jimmy Allen, who was imprisoned in the House of Correction beneath the bridge in the 18th century. Jimmy died in the prison 2 weeks before his pardon arrived, and he is said to have haunted the area ever since, playing his pipes as a reminder of the injustice of the life he never fully lived. Pickled Parson. About 20 miles from Durham city centre lies the little village of Sedgefield. The village dates back to Roman times and is recorded in the Domesday Book. Its church, St Edmund's, was built in 1300s, and in the 19th century, amongst the aristocracy, it was a popular place to hunt. and there is a reminder of its bygone popularity with the great and good in the shape of Sedgersfield Hall, a manor house built just by the village green. This wonderful old building was built by two noble sons of Sedgefield, Samuel and Shute Barrington, one an admiral and the other a bishop of Durham. However, the hall was not constructed for their benefit, rather it was built for their nephew George, who was the rector in the village in the 1790s, as a lavish replacement for the old rectory which had burnt down. Of course, such a long-established village has more than a few ghost hauntings, and indeed, its most famous spectre is said to haunt the site of an old rectory. This alleged phantom is known as the Pickled Parson. The story goes back to the 1730s, when a fellow called Reverend John Garnage was the rector of the area. He was responsible for the parish of St. Edmunds and lived just a short way away in the old rectory. However, in the second week of December 1747, the good Reverend passed away suddenly and left his family in something of a pickle. Back in those days, the church collected an annual payment from its parishioners, and every year by law, whatever was due was to be paid to the parson on the 20th of December. This payment provided an income for the clergyman and maintained the church buildings. But in a case like this, should a parish be without a clergyman to collect the money on the 20th of December, all the money would instead go to the bishopric of Durham. Hence Garnage's family was suddenly facing the dire threat of poverty. Indeed, in that era, deceased clergymen's families had starved to death when the money ran out. However, the parson's wife came up with a cunning plan. She preserved her husband's body with salt to keep it fresh until the crucial December day, and the day after all the money had been paid, she summoned the local doctor, who suspected nothing and pronounced the parson dead and recently deceased. However, his ghost's name seems to derive from another version of the legend, for some tellings of the tale claim she kept her husband's body fresh by soaking him in brandy and propped the preserved parson up in the window of the old rectory so that the payers could see he was up and about his business. However, there was one person who was apparently displeased, the spirit of parson himself. According to the old stories, because his body had been delayed in receiving a proper Christian burial, the parson's soul could not enter heaven, and therefore the earth-bound spirit returned to vex the village. Apparently the rectory became haunted with all manner of disturbances and eerie events. The Pickled Parson continued to haunt the rectory for many years afterwards. Indeed, it is said that the violent haunting only ceased when the rectory building caught fire and burnt to the ground in 1792. However, it's said that the Pickled Parson is still haunting Sedgefield. Local legend says that there was a special tunnel that connected the old rectory with St. Edmunds, and as the last surviving remnant of his old home, the unquiet spirit of the clergyman still haunts the gloomy passage. Victoria, BC. Victoria is the capital city of the Canadian province of British Columbia, located on the southern tip of Vancouver Island, off Canada's Pacific coast. Named after Queen Victoria, the city is one of the oldest in the Pacific Northwest, with British settlement beginning in 1843. Known as the Garden City, Victoria is an attractive city and a popular tourism destination, with a regional technology sector that has risen to be its largest revenue-generating private industry. Victoria is in the top 20 of world cities for quality of life, and there is no doubt British Columbia's capital is the most haunted local in the Pacific Northwest. Our patron Melanie is lucky enough to live there, and as we have discovered, her hometown has its fair share of ghostly residents. Let's first look at the Fairmont Empress Hotel and Parliament buildings. The Fairmont Empress is one of the oldest hotels in Victoria. It's situated in downtown Victoria, facing the city's inner harbour. The hotel was designed by Englishman Francis Rattenbury, who also designed the nearby stately Parliament buildings. In 1981, the hotel was designated as a National Historic Site of Canada for its contribution to the development of the chateau-esque style of architecture. However, the much admired building is said to be haunted by its architect Francis Rattenbury, who fell from grace after being caught up in a scandal. At the time Rattenbury designed the hotel, he was a renowned architect, but as better trained and better educated architects emerged, he soon lost favour and found himself in financial difficulty. His personal life was also in disarray, and in 1923 he left his wife Florence and his 2 children for twice married 27-year-old Alma. His maltreatment of Florence, which included having the heating and lights turned off in their home after he moved out, and the public flaunting of his affair with Alma, led his former clients and associates to shun him, forcing him to leave Victoria. In 1925 he married Alma after Florence agreed to his request for a divorce. In 1927 the pair returned to Victoria, and there they had a son of their own, John, before deciding to move to Bournemouth, England in 1929. That same year, poor Florence died of cancer. In Bournemouth, Rattenbury's financial problems continued, causing strain on his marriage, and Alma began an affair with George Stoner, their 18-year-old chauffeur. In the early hours of the 23rd of March 1935, Rattenbury was discovered in his sitting room with severe head injuries. He had sustained a series of blows with a carpenter's mallet, the blows savage enough to remove the back part of his skull. He died 4 days later. His wife confessed to the murder, but it was actually Stoner who had carried out the deed. Alma and Stoner were both charged. Stoner was convicted and sentenced to death, which was commuted to life imprisonment after a petition. Alma was acquitted of murder and of being an accessory, but unable to live with the guilt, she committed suicide a few days later, on June 4th, 1935, stabbing herself 6 times in the breast before throwing herself into the River Stour. Stoner served only 7 years of his sentence, since he was released early to fight in the Second World War. He later married and lived a quiet life with his daughter until his death in 2000, so a tragic story all round. While after Rattenbury's murder, it is said that his spirit returned to the place of his former glory in Victoria and the Empress Hotel, and guests and staff have frequently seen a man in period dress on the staircase to the lower lobby and in other parts of the hotel. It's believed he returned there in the hope of hearing the praise once again for the magnificent building he designed. Pioneer Square. Pioneer Square is a small, rectangular park adjacent to Christ Church Cathedral, Victoria. It is known also as the Old Bury Ground, and it served as a cemetery from 1855 to 1873. It's thought about 1,300 bodies are buried there, although it's hard to tell from the few markers that remain. That's because in 1908 the markers were unceremoniously cleared out and moved to a back wall or put in storage. This was so the space could be turned into the city park it is today. Just a few tombstones still dot the landscape. Hundreds of people walk through the park every day, some stopping for a rest or a picnic, often unaware of bodies buried beneath them. However, they sometimes get a shocking reminder that something isn't quite right when one of the 2 ghosts that haunt the place makes an appearance. The first is said to be the spirit of R.B. Johnson, one of Victoria's founding fathers. He is usually seen standing in front of someone with a barber's blade in his hand, making motions as if he's cutting his throat. The records show that Johnson did indeed commit suicide by slicing his neck with a small blade. After his death, he was laid to rest somewhere in the cemetery. The second is of a woman thought to be the ghost of Adelaide Griffin, one of Victoria's first documented ghosts. Adelaide was the co-owner of the Boomerang Saloon in Bastion Square until she died of typhoid in 1861 and was buried in Pioneer Square. After her death, her spirit frequented the area so much that looking for her was a popular activity for the youths of Victoria. It is not only the graveyard she haunts, she has also been spotted in nearby Langley Street and Bastion Square. As a stark reminder of what lies beneath Pioneer Square, in 2013, restoration work was stopped after human remains were uncovered just 18 inches below the surface. Martinez Dog Demon. This first one is a strange one, but not one that we have ever covered on this channel before, and it's because it stands the test of time we thought we'd look into it. It's known as the Martinez Dog Demon, and it appears on a photograph of Joe and Patty Martinez, taken during a friend's 50th wedding anniversary in the late 1990s. The photograph has been studied by paranormal and photography experts, and they can find no tampering or glitch with the image. Despite many attempts to figure out what the true cause of the phenomena may be, to this day, the image remains a mysterious and unexplained paranormal case. Take a look at the infamous image, and we'll give you a bit more background to the case. At the time the photograph was taken, Joe Martinez had been struggling with a deep-rooted drug addiction that for many years he had hidden from those around him. He claimed his addiction was driving him mad and was soul-destroying. Despite this, he and his wife Patty attended their friend's 50th wedding anniversary in 1999 and posed happily for a photograph. However, when the photograph was developed, the pair were shocked to see this sinister-looking dog leering over Joe's left shoulder, especially as there were definitely no dogs at the event. Joe and Patty became convinced the creature was a demon. In fact, Patty believed it to be Satan himself, and the pair took it as a sign that Joe was losing his battle with addiction. Joe believed it represented the good and evil in his life, with Patty being the good and the demon on his shoulder being the evil. Instead of the photograph freaking Joe out, it jolted him into tackling addiction, seeing the demon as a type of warning of darker times to come if he didn't. Thankfully, Joe was able to battle his addiction and he got himself clean. He even started carrying the photo in his wallet to remind himself not to go back there. Over the years, the photo and the creepy dog-like entity has remained a fascination amongst paranormal enthusiasts, who believe it is a striking example of a phenomena in which unseen entities appear in photographs, but have not been spotted by anyone at the time the photograph was taken. The significance of the dog-like creature appearing on Joe's left shoulder hints at a sinister presence known as the left-hand path, a branch of the occult often associated with dark magic and demonic forces. Some have suggested the creature is a hellhound, a demon or evil spirit that takes the form of a dog. Hellhounds are sometimes seen as guardians of forbidden areas, or as sinister drifters that spread death and misery wherever they tread. To date, no one has come up with a plausible explanation for the entity, and many believe the photo is real proof of a demonic spirit. What's your thoughts? Graveyard Ghost. Todmorden in West Yorkshire is better known for UFO sightings rather than ghosts, but this next image was taken in the Todmorden Unitarian churchyard and appears to show the spirit of a long-dead woman who was buried there. It was snapped by a group of ghost hunters who were exploring the graveyard in October 2018. The teams say their electric energy meters were going haywire, and they were drawn to the grave of Sarah Agnes, who died aged 50 in 1927. One of the group members, a man named Rob Crabtree, took the photo and was shocked at the images he caught. Take a look. The mist appears to take the shape of a woman hovering above her own grave. It is worth pointing out that at the time the photo was taken, the night was clear and there was no fog or mist in the air. The gravestone indicates that there are 3 people buried in the plot, and the 2 women appear to be the 2 wives of the man, James Davenport. The ghost hunters believe the spirit is of the older woman, Sarah Agnes, as the other wife was only 27 when she died, and they believe the image was of an older woman. At the time the photo was taken, none of the group noticed the mist. The only thing that was unusual was their erratic energy meters and the sense that someone was watching them. What do you make of this one? Lady in White. Now this one is a very recent image. It was picked up on CCTV from a building site in Birmingham, UK, in the early hours of Tuesday, August 18th, 2020. A security boss was alerted after a motion sensor camera at the site picked up movement and took some snaps. When the image came through to his laptop, he was shocked at what he saw. The alert was raised at 1:53 a.m, and 3 minutes later, on-site security responded and carried out a full patrol, but found the site all clear with no signs of any intruders. The image that appears to be translucent has left staff baffled, and the creepy image has been shared online and in newspapers throughout the UK. We have to admit it's pretty creepy, but does look a bit too good to be true, although the security boss says it's 100% genuine and has no reason to lie about it. What do you make of this one? Child ghost. Anything involving the death of a child is upsetting, and this next image is of a child, although it somehow brought comfort to a grieving mother. Little Fabiola Rodriguez was buried at the Masonic Cemetery in Las Cruces, New Mexico, after she died in September 2018 in suspicious circumstances while in the care of her mother's boyfriend. Near to where Fabiola was, a camera had been set up on a headstone of a boy whose grave had been vandalized. The boy's parents hoped to capture evidence that the person they believed killed their son was also vandalizing his grave. But when they reviewed the footage, they saw images of a little girl wandering around the cemetery alone at night, and they were so concerned that they contacted the cemetery owners, thinking the child must be lost. But when they showed the footage to one of the workers, he told the family, "We know that little girl. She is buried here," and they showed the family Fabiola's grave. The video is not available, but here are the stills from the footage. The same day, the little girl's mother, Sandra, happened to be visiting her daughter's grave. She had already alerted the graveyard owners to be on the lookout, as she noticed toys and other items left in front of her daughter's grave had begun to go missing. When Sandra was shown the video footage, she started crying. She was positive the little girl in the footage was the spirit of her daughter. A final image captured on camera appears to show the child walking away into the night with a much taller figure. Sandra believes the image shows her daughter leading the other family's deceased son to heaven. She said they both have such a tragic story of things that happened to them, and both of them still haven't gotten justice. So I think she was definitely there to comfort him and take him to heaven. The ghost that screamed. This next image is again an older image that we haven't covered before. It was brought to our attention by one of our viewers, Samuel, and after looking into it, we were fascinated by the case and the story behind it. The thing we like about older images is you know they haven't been tampered with, because the technology wasn't available at the time they were taken. So what they show is either a glitch in the camera or the genuine thing. This case is known as the ghost that screamed, and it first came to light on a Destination America TV series called Case Files Unknown. The story is quite tragic. On December the 27th, 1984, 4 teenagers were driving near the Highland Park Golf Course in St. Paul, Minnesota, heading to a rock concert. It was a wet, foggy night, and the 4-wheel drive vehicle they were travelling in hit a curve, left the road, and crashed into a group of trees. 2 teenage boys and 1 girl survived the impact, but sadly the 4th, a 16-year-old boy seated in the front passenger seat, died at the scene of the crash. When Officer Brian Coyle and his partner at the St. Paul Police Department arrived at the scene, the fatally injured boy was wedged inside the car under the dashboard. Coyle took several photographs of the scene, as was normal for a traffic accident. Several days after, Coyle received a call from the officer who developed the photos he snapped at the crash site and requested he drop by. Coyle was shown the photographs from the scene and was shocked at what he saw. There were images on the snapshots that had not been there at the time they were taken. Several had strange red and yellow lights streaking through them. In another one taken above the driver's side door, there was a face that appeared to be in agony and was screaming. Neither officer had an explanation for what they were looking at. Another image in one of the photos was outlined clearly on the driver's side door. It was the translucent figure of a Labrador dog, and if you enlarge the photo and look past the hood of the crashed car, 3 fuzzy figures can be seen standing between the trees. Several other photographs taken that night showed unusual anomalies that several experts could not explain. A psychic who contacted Officer Coyle afterwards, after the photos were released, feels that the face is the image of the boy's soul leaving his body, but he is resisting, screaming no, because dying at such a young age was not what he was expecting. As for the dog, it later transpired that the deceased boy had a chocolate Labrador that had recently passed away, and the psychic believes the dog was there to escort his former master to the afterlife. Pretty creepy, and still to this day unexplained. Let us know what you think of this one. Totally real films. This first one kind of resonates with us, as we had a similar experience at Longleat House many years ago that we featured in one of our first Top 5s videos. So when this story was sent in by a viewer, we knew we had to feature it. At their request, we will refer to them as A. A was visiting their grandparents with a friend, the house of which is an extremely old manor house built in 1605. Their friend was interested in the history of the building, so A gave them a quick tour of the house. As A was showing him the old dining room, his friend suddenly became unnerved by an oil painting hanging on the wall, claiming the woman's face in the painting had changed ever so slightly and that her eyes were following him wherever he stood. Now we know some paintings are intended to give this effect, but this wasn't one of them. He decided to take out his phone and take a picture of the painting when this happened.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wait, even if I start up.
Not shaking it in any way, you can see that it's doing it by itself. This is actually crazy. Wait, turn it away from her.
That is more or less what our phone did at Longleat House all those years ago. You can clearly see that he has not interfered with the phone or shaking it in any way. And when they leave the room and it's not focused on the painting, the glitch stops. When they opened the photo app on the phone, it showed no recent activity or pictures taken, which is strange because you can see the phone is recording in the video. Later, A told their grandfather about the mysterious incident and his response shocked them both. Apparently it was not the first time this had happened. Several other strange experiences had occurred near this particular painting. Sometimes people hear breathing and a woman's voice talking in the room, or items placed on the table underneath her will go missing. And most of the visitors who have been left alone in that room have claimed a feeling as if they are being watched. A said that their grandfather is often very skeptical about the paranormal and will make jokes about ghosts and aliens, but when he told them about this, he was deadly serious. What do you make of it? Harrison Hunt. This next photograph was sent in by Harrison, and it was taken at a haunted location we've previously featured in a video, Mainly Quarantine Station in Sydney, Australia. Before we share Harrison's story, we'll give you a brief history about the place. Mainly Quarantine Station is believed to be one of the top 10 most haunted places in the world. It was set up in 1833 as a vital safeguard to prevent immigrants arriving in Australia from spreading diseases to the main settlement in the city. On the whole, it was a success and did prevent the spread of infections such as the bubonic plague, smallpox, cholera, tuberculosis, typhoid fever, and Spanish influenza. However, a lot of immigrants who did arrive in Australia infected never made it any further than the quarantine station, and official figures show that almost 600 people died there between the 1830s and its closure in the 1980s. As you would expect with that many deaths, some of their souls linger. Over the years, visitors and employees have reported hundreds of spirit encounters, varying from apparitions, people suddenly feeling nauseated and unwell, to objects being moved without any explanation. A few visitors have even fled the grounds after an unpleasant experience with an entity. Resident ghosts include a small playful Jewish boy, a strict hospital matron, and a charismatic Chinese fisherman. However, the one we are going to focus on is a nurse called Annie Egan, who nursed returning soldiers from the First World War at the station. Sadly, at the age of just 27, Annie contracted influenza from one of her patients, and as she lay dying, Annie made repeated requests for a Roman Catholic priest to administer the last rites, but these were denied by authorities, and she died on the 3rd of December 1913, without ever having her final wish granted. Annie's final resting place can still be visited in Quarantine Station's only surviving cemetery, and it's said she haunts the building where she met her death. She's been spotted around the building in a nurse uniform, and several visitors have felt her presence and smelled a sweet perfume. Nowadays the building is a luxury hotel resort, as well as a heritage-listed tourist centre, and it was during a wedding of family friends at the resort that the photo Harrison sent in came from. Take a look. Apparently the person, who appears to be a period nurse, appeared in one of the wedding photographs. She is not a staff member and does not appear in any other shots taken that day. There was no one at the wedding dressed like that, and to add to the mystery, Harrison said the room where the photo was taken used to be one of the wards Annie worked on. Jamie Wilburn. Jamie sent this video in, and it's also been discussed on Reddit. The video was taken back in 2013 or 14, when Jamie was home from college for summer. The house she lived in with her family was in Levettsville, Virginia, an area that has a reputation for being haunted. The house had always had an eerie feeling to it, and the family started experiencing weird activity shortly after they moved in. They'd see shadows in the corners of their eyes, hear noises of people walking around upstairs when no one was there, as well as their dogs barking and growling, or staring at random empty spaces for no apparent reason. In this video, Jamie manages to capture one of these odd experiences on her phone. At the time, Jamie was on her laptop in bed with her dog and cat. They were both staring at the door for what felt like a long time, so Jamie pulled out her phone and started to record them, mainly so she could make fun of them for acting weird and show it to her friends. But take a look at what happened next.
So Mocha has been staring at the door. So that's Tilly. It's kind of creeping me out. What the fuck? Moving. Tilly's running away. Hello? Hello? I know it's dark, but...
Jamie assures us that there were no windows open and no drafts. Doors opening on their own was a common thing in the house, and she just happened to film it on this occasion. Jamie believes whoever was present in the house was friendly and the family never felt threatened. This might explain why Jamie was so calm. What do you make of this one? Paul Jenkins. This next one was sent in by Paul. In May 2018, he moved with his family to a house in Skelton in Cleveland in the UK. At first, nothing out of the ordinary happened, but after the birth of his daughter in early 2019, strange things started to occur that seemed to focus on his daughter's bedroom, the hallway, and his bedroom. They started hearing footsteps during the night coming from the hallway that initially they thought were their children, but after checking they found them asleep. Paul has also heard his name being whispered when no other family members were around, as well as frequent unexplained bangs and floorboards squeaking. Both Paul and his wife have been awoken after a sense of being touched on their arms, and Paul's wife has also seen the apparition of an old lady in their bedroom. More recently, Paul's younger daughter seems to be sensing something, and she has been sitting up and pointing towards the corner of her room, sometimes screaming and other times actually chatting. So it wasn't a massive shock when something came up on a recording Paul captured of his daughter playing in her bedroom. Listen carefully. The water sound you can hear is Paul's other son splashing in the bath. We heard a voice saying either walk by me or walk right in. Paul said that neither of his children or himself heard anything during the recording, and only heard the voice when they played it back. In a second video Paul recorded, a nightlight can be seen randomly flickering during the day. This clip was filmed in the same room. It's worth noting that the nightlight should only come on when it's dark, and has never malfunctioned before or since. Also, if you look closely, you can see an orb fly out from the light source. Take a look. Simon Wright. Simon sent this one in, although the footage was sent to him by his brother. His brother lives in Nottingley, near Pontefract, West Yorkshire, with his wife and 2 children. And on the evening of the 12th of February 2020, Simon received a message from his brother and sister-in-law in regards to something very strange that they had caught on their baby camera of their year-old daughter. Earlier in the evening, Simon's sister-in-law noticed her daughter was awake and talking a lot, so she opened the baby cam to take a look and was shocked to have captured this.
Are you going in?
After viewing the strange anomaly, Simon's brother went to his daughter's room to check she was okay and inspect the camera for dust or any other material that might be making this illusion, but he found nothing. After he left the room, the entity returned, which makes Simon think it can only be viewed through infrared, which the camera mode was in. It's worth pointing out that there was no light source in the room, and the window was completely covered by a blackout blind. The recording has been captured directly off the monitor, as the actual baby camera has no recording facility. So what do you think this was? Our first thoughts are it's an insect of some kind or dust, although why would it appear again after the camera was checked and wiped over? Simon thinks it could be a signal bleed, which the make and model of camera is prone to, but this doesn't rule out the photos, which are stills from the video. Although the house it was captured in is a new build, the area that it is located in is steeped in history, and nearby Pontefract Castle is known for its hauntings, although this particular entity hasn't been seen since. So what's your thoughts? Dust, insect, or something altogether more unexplained? What do you think?
Seven Gables Ghost Boy. This first image was taken at the historic house of the Seven Gables Mansion in Salem, Massachusetts, a house built in 1668 and once the home of author Nathaniel Hawthorne's cousin, Susanna Ingersoll. Hawthorne's visits to the house gave him the inspiration for his famous novel, The House of the Seven Gables. Nowadays the home is a museum that receives many visitors each year. It also has a reputation as being haunted. In 2013, visitor Lisa B. snapped a photo of the house and noticed the ghostly image of a boy in the shrubbery peering over the wooden fence. Take a look. What's even more remarkable about this image is that after doing some research on the house and Hawthorne's connection to it, she discovered one of his lesser known books, 20 Days with Julian and Little Bunny by Papa, a story about a time when Hawthorne was left to look after his 5-year-old son Julian for 3 weeks whilst his wife was away. She realised the portrait of little Julian on the front of the book bears a striking resemblance to the boy peering over the fence in her photo. What do you think? Coincidence, stray child, hoax, or the ghost of Julian? The electric chair ghost. It would stand to reason that if there are any areas that have a higher chance of capturing a ghost in a photo, it would be in places where people have frequently died, such as the Golden Gate Bridge or Okigahara Forest. However, one strong place you may not think about is where countless people have been forced to go to meet their end by execution in the electric chair. This is the case for this next photograph, taken by Fred Lucia. Fred was an engineer from Tennessee who was hired by the state to examine and repair the chair, and to make it more effective and humane for the criminals who face it. Fred had the chair moved to the basement of his house so he could work on it, and he took a few photographs for reference, and this is one of the images he captured. Take a look. You can make out a face in the middle of the straps on the back of the chair, as well as a hand on the right armrest. What do you think? Is this just an example of seeing something that isn't there? Is this just an example of pareidolia? Or do you think all of the death this chair has seen, as well as the massive amounts of electromagnetic forces it's been subjected to, that it may have kept one of its victims trapped there forever? Robert Ferguson. They say that family sticks with you through thick and thin, but that saying may stretch further to even after death. This is what Robert Ferguson believed after a seemingly normal picture of him was taken back in 1968. The photo you're seeing is a younger Robert giving a speech at a spiritual convention in Los Angeles. But what people quickly notice is the strange, somewhat transparent figure standing next to him. At first, people figured it was a defective camera, and for a laugh, they decided to show Robert the photo, and to their amazement, he declared the figure next to him, although blurry, was his brother Walter. The resemblance to him was uncanny, and what was an even bigger shock was that Walter had died over 20 years earlier in 1944. Many skeptics were quick to call this out in later decades as simple double exposure or a possible smudge on the lens. Many of those arguments are put to rest quickly when they learn the photo was a Polaroid, making the argument for double exposure next to impossible. So what do you think is the cause? The ghost in the loft. It is often a taboo topic to speak of ghosts in churches or other holy grounds. Many people try to associate ghosts with an evil presence or a malicious spirit, but that is not always the case. In fact, most ghosts captured on film seem to either be at peace or be looking out for a loved one. This can be said for the following photo, taken in 1982 by Chris Brackley in London's St. Botolph's Church. The figure of a woman can be seen in the upper right corner of the loft and appears to be overlooking the church. Many have speculated that this is the ghost of a former member of the church who has decided to pay a visit to a place that gave her peace in life. Perhaps that transfers to a peace in death as well. This photograph has no gory backstory, it's just a serene looking ghost taking comfort in the peace and tranquility of a church. Or so it seems. What do you think? The creepy photobomb. Many of you may have seen this one before, but it's too good to miss out. There are few things more annoying when trying to take a sincere picture than when someone decides to ruin the moment and make either a funny face in the background or rude gesture that forces someone to retake the photo. However, when a picture features a person that nobody knew was there, it makes things far scarier, as we see in the following photograph. Labelled as the grip around the internet. The picture consists of two female friends posing for a photograph together, with the city lights in the background, and as you've probably noticed, the half-seen figure of what appears to be a man grabbing one of the girls by the arm. Unnoticed by either of the girls, it's even creepier as it seems the figure is trying to pull one of the girls towards him. You can sort of make out a face, but it's the arm that makes the photo suspect, and many think it's a hoax. However, it has been analysed over the years, and nothing in this picture was supposedly tampered with or altered with in any way. That's not to say it's not a double exposure, but if it's not a ghost, it certainly looks like something sinister is going on. What's your thoughts?
Crazy Well Pool. Crazy Well Pool is one of many pools and lakes on Dartmoor. It's located 3 kilometres south of the town of Princetown, an elevated settlement exposed to the raging winds and notorious for its ominous prison. What is unique about this pool is that it's the largest natural pool on Dartmoor and is engulfed in mystery. It's believed the pool is bottomless, and there are stories of how locals attempted to find out exactly how deep it is by fastening church bell ropes together and lowering them into the water. Together, the ropes reached the depth of 540 feet, and they still hadn't touched the bottom. To put this into perspective, that's just under the height of the Washington Monument in USA. There are many suggestions that the pool is haunted, as there have been many unusual experiences reported while walking around its edge. A disembodied voice is often heard calling the name of the person destined to meet their death at the pool. And it's said that if you stare into the dark water, you will also see the lifeless face of its next victim. The story inspired 2 young men to investigate the mysterious pool for themselves, and one midsummer's eve, the 2 men travelled to the pool on a motorcycle seeking the spirits of the future dead. However, they never returned and were later found dead by the wreckage of their crashed motorcycle. Their identity and cause of death is unknown to this day, and we may never know what truly happened to them. Many locals believe the curse of the pool was responsible, and maybe they saw their own lifeless reflections in the water that evening, causing them to flee in terror and meet their untimely demise. Jay's Grave. Jay's Grave is a raised grave situated by the side of a road just outside the town of Maniton. At a glance, as you drive past, you may think it's just an ordinary roadside memorial strewn with flowers. However, there is an interesting story behind this grave. It's believed to be the grave of Kitty Jay, an 18th century woman who lost her job on a nearby farm after being branded a prostitute, and who, in despair, hung herself. Ever since, without fail, fresh flowers have been placed on the grave, by whom, no one knows. And through the years, there have been several sightings of a hooded figure kneeling beside the grave at night. In recent years, the mystery of the secret mourner prompted 2 friends to drive out to the grave and keep watch to see if they could glimpse the mysterious visitor. Initially, they found nothing untoward, but as they tried to leave the area, their car refused to start, despite having been serviced recently and with a full tank of petrol. They and others are convinced this malfunction was something to do with Jay's grave, and may be a warning to stay away and leave her and her unknown mourner in peace. The Holy Trinity Church. The Holy Trinity Church is a ruined church that sits on a hill above the town of Buckfastleigh on the edge of Dartmoor. The church caught fire in 1992, but the shell of the church still remains to this day, ominously staring down on those who pass it. But there is more to this ruined church than meets the eye, and it has a history of unexplained happenings and creepy stories. In the graveyard is a single tomb secured with iron bars. The grave itself is capped with a large stone slab, and is believed to be the grave of Richard Cabell, a local squire who lived in the 17th century. He was described as a monstrously evil man and was responsible for many immoral deeds, and it is believed his grave is haunted by his ruthless spirit. It is said every year on the anniversary of his death, a pack of phantom hounds descend from the moors and howl and bark at the grave, as if to try and communicate with their master. In addition to the hounds, there have been sightings of hooded figures and dark horsemen roaming the graveyard at night. It is said that all these sightings and stories are connected to the grave of the squire, and it's widely believed that the legend of the squire and his hounds were the inspiration behind Arthur Conan Doyle's famous novel, The Hounds of Baskervilles. Inside the church itself, there have been sightings of what is believed to be a ghostly apparition of a man playing the saxophone in the middle of the church at night. And although only a small number have witnessed the ghost, many have heard the mournful music emanating from within the ruined church walls. Others believe that if you walk around the tomb of the squire 7 times in an anti-clockwise direction, you will summon his spirit, and if you walk around the entire church 3 times, you'll encounter the devil. If you're ever in the area, we think the Holy Trinity Church is a must for paranormal enthusiasts. The Hairy Hands. The legend of the Hairy Hands is possibly the most popular and famous of all Dartmoor legends, and visitors and locals are warned of the possible consequences if they encounter them. The B3212 is a road that leads from the village of Two Bridges to the village of Princetown, and it's on this stretch of road a pair of disembodied muscular hairy hands have been known to suddenly appear and grab onto the steering wheel of cars or the handlebars of motorbikes, forcing their drivers off the road. The story dates back to the early 20th century, when in June 1921, a doctor was riding his motorcycle along the stretch of road when suddenly the bike swerved and crashed. The doctor was killed instantly. Not long after, an officer was also riding along the same section of road when a large pair of hairy hands seized the handlebars of his motorbike, causing him to swerve and fall off. Luckily, the officer survived to tell the tale. However, this was the start of a series of incidents involving the hairy hands, and just a few years later, a woman staying in a caravan near the road was woken in the night and witnessed a large hairy hand crawling up the outside window. The terrified woman made the sign of the cross with her fingers, and luckily for her, the hand disappeared. These are just a few of the many encounters with the hairy hands of Dartmoor, and it's regarded as one of the more bizarre legends of the moor. However, those travelling along the B3212, it's always in the back of their minds that the hairy hands could strike at any time. Bury Pomeroy Castle. Bury Pomeroy Castle is believed to be one of the most haunted castles in Britain. It is a ruined castle situated on the edge of Dartmoor, near the town of Totnes, and is a popular tourist destination. Much of its draw is attributed to the belief that the castle is haunted by two female ghosts. The two spirits are known locally as the Blue Lady and the White Lady, and it's believed they are sisters. The Blue Lady haunts one of the castle towers, and she will cry out to visitors and ask for assistance from anyone passing by. She will then try to lure them to the tower, and it's speculated that, if they follow her, they will fall to their death. On the other hand, the White Lady has been seen lurking around the dungeons of the castle, as, according to legend, she was imprisoned in the dungeons by the Blue Lady, in an act of jealousy and resentment of her sister's beauty. Daisy Brown. In late 2017, a bizarre YouTube and Twitter account was launched in the name of Daisy Brown and began uploading creepy, unnerving videos featuring Daisy and a puppet monster she called Alan. Daisy claimed to be 17 years old and located in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, and although she features in all of the videos, she never actually shows her face. In the first video, we are introduced to Alan, who Daisy claims is sick and blind, and she can be seen feeding him sugar pills to build up his strength. That video alone has clocked up over 2 million views.
Hi guys, it's Daisy Brown. I'm just talking to the camera, and I'm gonna show you guys how I feed Alan. He's blind. In case you haven't noticed, his eyes are very foggy. He can't see anything. It doesn't hurt him. He doesn't have any sensation there. He was just surprised. So he is blind, and he is a little bandaged up right now. He's having some skin trouble, and as you can see, he's just kind of like nibbling around looking for food. So I'm going to show you. His body is very unique. He can only process sugar. So I'm going to feed him these little sugar tablets. So he is blind. He might be confused. Alan? Here we go. Come on. He's swallowing it.
As the series progresses, it's revealed Alan was created in a lab by her genetic scientist father, who is not around anymore, and Daisy reveals that she is surprised that no one else has grown up with a genetic creation in their home, as she thought it was normal. Daisy is concerned she is not raising Alan correctly and is searching the attic for her father's notes on his creation. Although after a commenter tells her to look in the basement, she is quick to point out that that is a no-go area. It becomes clear that Alan is anything but cute, and as more and more videos are uploaded, a disturbing story emerges, some of which is revealed through closed captions on all the videos. Throughout the series, the only depiction of what Daisy looks like is through a creepy face drawn by Alan, although in most of the videos you can see her from the neck down or behind the camera. In some of the later videos, commenters pointed out that Daisy had bruises and scratches on her body. Now, although these videos obviously involve a papier-mâché monster, those who followed the series to its conclusion can't help wondering if there is a real underlying and terrifying message that Daisy Brown is trying to portray. We'll let you watch and make up your mind. But we will say that there is a shocking conclusion that even YouTube decided to put an age restriction on. If you've got a couple of hours to spare, we recommend you check out this channel, as we think Daisy Brown is either a good actress or this ARG is trying to portray a real life situation through a monstrous puppet, and that's something we definitely need to get to the bottom of. Post content. Post content is a weird YouTube channel that appears to document a man's problem with multiple strange entities living in his house. However, it's not your normal guided tour of a house showing all the strange anomalies. It has a much more sinister undertone. One of the first things you notice is everything is covered in plastic. He then starts introducing what looks like a body wrapped in black bin liners, a bucket full of blood, and a rope and gloves.
Well, door just opened. Ghosts, am I right? Should I try to turn on the lights or something? I don't know. Maybe it'll go away. I don't know. Nope.
In some of the videos, you can see things randomly moving as he films, and there is also a screen in one of the rooms that appears to be playing stuff narrated by him, possibly linked to his other channel, Easy Go Solutions, which is equally strange. It's all very disturbing, and in some of the videos, the entities randomly appear. In one of his video thumbnails, he shows what looks like a body wrapped in black plastic. Another is entitled, How to Dispose of a Body. The whole premise of the early videos seems to lead the viewers into believing a murder has taken place. On September 20th, 2019, a video was uploaded that appears to show self-harm, a noose, and a faceless female who also appears in the Easy Go Solution videos, and seems to be a goodbye video. No videos were uploaded again until April 2020, when a whole new chapter started, including a face reveal. We have no idea what's going on, but if you're into strange, creepy, and thought-provoking content, then check out post content and let us know what you think or find. Hi, I'm Mary Mary. Hi, I'm Mary Mary spans both YouTube and Twitter. The channel's first upload was in June 2016, and it shows Mary trapped in a house that she believes is a copy of her parents' home. As she wanders aimlessly around the house, she finds an old camera and starts recording. Initially, everything is told through subtitles and strange sounds, and tells how nothing happened in the day, but at night things are very different. As the series progresses over the next 4 years, it follows Mary's creepy journey, especially her terrifying nights, and she starts revealing more of herself and speaking. Eventually she starts filming outside, although this is thought to be when she is in a dreamlike state. A lot of the videos have the comments turned off, so it's hard to gauge what the viewers think, although it's generally thought to be a terrifying journey through mental health. The last video to be uploaded was on May 31st, 2020, and it's titled Goodbye, and that is exactly what a smiling Mary says at the end. It'd be great if everyone can do a deep dive on this one, and come back to us with your thoughts and theories, and perhaps we can do a follow-up.
Goodbye.
Nugama. Nugama is a Japanese virtual YouTube channel created in 2016. Virtual YouTubers are popular in Japan and other Asian countries, and create channels centered around a digital avatar, generated by computer graphics, usually anime inspired. Most virtual YouTube channels feature funny or cute characters, but we think Nugama is a parody of those characters in an altogether creepier way. Nugama is a doll-like character who claims he lives in Amagasaki and drinks human blood. All the videos have nonsensical English subtitles and contain a mix of creepy dolls, reverse speaking, eerie music and morbid themes. The channel has quite a dedicated following, and judging by the strange comments, some people seem to find enjoyment and comfort from the creepy characters. Nugama also has a dedicated Twitter following. It's hard to see this as entertainment, and some theorize there is coded messages within the bizarre videos. Others believe it's just an art project designed to draw people in. What do you think? 2H32. Now this is a strange one. It seems to be telling a macabre story, although it's all a bit muddled. This channel was created in 2016, and its first video was released on the 23rd of June that year. The channel is clearly obsessed with the number or time 232, as all the videos are 2 minutes and 32 seconds in length, and they are always uploaded on the 23rd of the month, and the videos are filmed at night, which adds to the creepy atmosphere. Apart from the first video, they all have a pinned comment showing an ASCII skull with a time between 2 and 2:30 inscribed in the forehead. There seems to be a message behind them that no one seems sure what it is. The first ever video titled 2H32 starts with a digital clock readout at 2:30 AM and counts up to 2:30:09 AM before the video starts. It is filmed in a forest at night with a flashlight and is pretty creepy. As you can see, it ends with a digital readout at 31 minutes past 2 and 54 seconds, and counts up to 2:32 AM before blurring out. All the videos that follow start and end in the same way. As the series progresses, the content becomes more disturbing. It features a faceless man, a sack with something bloody in it, that is eventually dropped down a well, as well as creepy shadows, hooded figures, doors, chains and body parts. There seems to be a link to children and their fear of monsters, and most of the music features distorted nursery rhymes, or other old-style, distorted tunes. Some have linked it to a macabre Wizard of Oz, but instead of entering a magical world, they have stepped into something far more disturbing and dangerous. The channel has been discussed on various platforms, although no one seems to know exactly what the videos are trying to portray, although some have theorized the videos are not uploaded in sequence, and you have to look to the playlist for the right order. One interesting thing we noticed about the channel is that it uploaded regularly until the 23rd of June 2019, then it stopped for over a year until the 23rd of July 2020, when a video titled Blackout was uploaded, that showed for the most part just a window, although halfway through you see an entity looking through it. The creator of the channel calls themselves P Nightmares, and in the video descriptions he or she urges viewers to follow the conductor on their various social media platforms.
The Stanley Hotel. Back in 2014, this channel was born, and one of the very first videos I made was on haunted hotels, one of which was the Stanley Hotel. And since then, it seems the building is still full of activity. For those who do not know the background to the hotel, here is just a brief overview of its history. It all began in 1903, when inventor Freeland Oscar Stanley stayed in Colorado with his wife Flora. At the time, he was a very sick man, but the fresh air and peaceful environment restored him to full health. And after several more visits, the Stanleys decided to build a luxurious hotel there. The 48-room hotel opened 6 years later and welcomed a host of well-to-do guests. But in 1911, a housekeeper named Elizabeth Wilson was electrocuted by a lightning strike in room 217. She survived, but the incident started a chain of paranormal events at the hotel that remain until this day. leading many to say that the Stanley is one of the most haunted locations in the United States. This was reinforced in September 1974 when horror writer Stephen King and his wife stayed at the hotel. When they arrived, they were surprised to realise that they were the only guests there and were allocated room 217. Although nothing major happened to them during their visit, Stephen remembers he had a nightmare that was so bad that it jerked him awake in a cold sweat. After he awoke and went out onto the balcony, the concept for his horror novel The Shining was born. Since King's experience in room 217, other guests have reported a variety of paranormal activity at the hotel. Room 401 and 428 are said to be haunted, and it's a regular occurrence for doors to open and shut on their own, and footsteps to be heard in the middle of the night. In the hallways, people have claimed that they can hear children laughing, running up and down halls, and playing. And the grand staircase in particular is a hotbed of activity, where several unexplained images have been captured. This leads us on to the main event. This photograph was taken in 2016 by a man called Henry from the hotel lobby, and he is certain that there was no one at the top of the stairs at the time. When looking back at the photo later, he saw a figure in what he believes is period clothing walking down the stairs. What do you think? Several paranormal experts have studied the photo, and one of them claims that if you look closely, you can see another anomaly to the left of the first figure, possibly the lady's child. This one is pushing it a bit, but the main figure has yet to be debunked, so I'd love for you all to pick it apart and decide if it's a fake or misinterpretation, or one of the most legitimate supernatural photos from the Stanley Hotel. If anyone from the hotel is watching and you want someone to come exploring, then you know who to ask. Ainsford Castle Monk. Ainsford Castle, located in Kent, UK, is not well known for its paranormal activity. It has, however, got a long and troubled history, and is a rare survival of an early Norman enclosured castle dating back to 1080. All that is left today are the ruins, but the castle is of such historical importance that it was taken into state guardianship in 1948 and is now open to visitors. While in January 2018, John Wicks took his 12-year-old son to the site as he was learning about medieval castles at school and wanted to take some photographs. But when they looked back over the shots they had taken, they could see an eerie black hooded figure glaring towards the camera from the opposite end of the site. They were certain that it was not there at the time the photo was taken. Unnerved by what he had captured, Mr. Wicks enlisted the help of a paranormal investigator, and they discovered that a black monk had been spotted in the area before. According to local legend, back in 1130, William D. Ainsford, who held the castle for the Archbishop of Canterbury, allegedly retired to become a monk. But there were skeptics, and after the image was posted online, some suggested that it was simply a hole in the wall. However, this was dismissed when paranormal investigator Alan Tigwell visited the site to see whether there was anything within the walls to explain the picture, and he could find no explanation for the strange anomaly in the photo. Whether it was the ghost of a monk that lived hundreds of years ago is hard to say, but one thing is for certain, it is unexplained and untampered with. Ghost Boy. Tuinbury in Herefordshire was originally a dairy farm that dates back to the 17th century and has been home to the Williams family since 1931. The surrounding land is still farmed to this day, but the farm buildings have been restored and remodelled into what is now Tuinbury Farm Hotel, a thriving high-spec hotel, restaurant and wedding venue. There is nothing in its history to suggest that it's haunted, and I think that adds to the authenticity of this next photo, which I'm surprised hasn't had more spotlight. It was taken in 2008 by designer Neil Sandbach, who was at the farm taking photos for inclusion in stationery that he was preparing for a couple's upcoming wedding at the hotel. But when he later viewed the images on his computer, he was surprised when he noticed a blurry white figure that he was sure wasn't visible when the photo was taken. The couple were made aware of the strange anomaly, and when they visited their wedding venue a week or so later, they casually mentioned to staff if any of them had seen anything creepy at the hotel. They were shocked when staff members described what they had seen on various occasions. The ghost of a young boy dressed in white nightclothes, usually spotted close to the main barn. If this is genuine, and there are no clear signs to suggest that it isn't, then there doesn't seem to be any reason why this isn't one of the most credible ghost photographs I've seen in a while. What's your thoughts on it? Parsonage Ghost Girl. This next photo was shared online by the homeowner of a former parsonage in the UK. The creepy image appears to show a mysterious figure peering out of the window, and it looks like a small girl with a distorted face. The homeowner noticed the apparition after uploading it onto his computer. The original photo was taken by his son on a digital camera, and at the time, only his mother was in the house. The family have lived in the house for over 15 years, and during their lifetime, they've experienced a fair few unexplained things, as did the previous owner, leading them to label the place as haunted. The current owner was so concerned about what might be lurking in his home that he called a paranormal investigator to explore the house and photograph it. There have been suggestions that it was nothing more than a reflection, and others claim that it is not a child, but a man with a beard. Let me know what you can see in the video poll. In 2015, a story with the headline, "Family Photobombed by Ghost" was going around. This was that photo. At first glance, it looks like a typical photo of two children on a family day out. But on closer inspection, there appears to be a figure wearing a white cloak in the background. The photo was taken at Roundhay Park in Leeds. The building you see behind them is a castle folly that was built in 1811 by local master builder George Nettleton to give the appearance of a castle gate. There isn't anything about the folly to suggest sinister things happened there, but the park it stands on has a tragic past that could be linked to supernatural activity. It was the place where Irene Richardson, the third victim of the Yorkshire Ripper, was murdered in 1977. At the time this image appeared in the newspapers, Kevin Greely, the director of Leeds Civil Trust, said this was the first time apparent ghoulish activity had been recorded at the site. However, it seems this is not the case, and what made us think this image wasn't just another Photoshop was when a story was submitted to the Top 5's website in 2017, I saw the same ghost that photobombed family at Roundhay Park. The person who sent in the story told how back in 2010, when he was around 14 years old, he and 4 of his friends went to Roundhay Park after watching films. As they walked along the pathway between 2 lakes in the park, they all freaked out after a woman in a white flowing dress appeared in front of them. She moved smoothly, as if she was gliding, and after they watched her in amazement for around 20 seconds, she seemed to fade away. Could this have been the same lady in white who appeared in the family photo 5 years later? I'll leave that to you and your mind to decide tonight, whilst you're trying to get some sleep. Shape-shifting Jinn. Now this one is weird. The quality is poor, and it was caught on a security camera, and from that was filmed onto a mobile phone. My first thoughts were it looks like a small child crawling around. But what would a child be doing crawling around the streets in the early hours of the morning? Take a look. The clip was filmed in Rahat in Israel in 2016, and many who believe in the jinn believe this is an example of one taking the form of a human. Again, we have little more information than that, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Woman in supermarket gets possessed by a jinn. This next footage was caught on CCTV camera in a supermarket in China. It starts and ends with a box falling off the shelves, but it's what happens to the woman that picks up the box that is terrifying. According to those who believe, she was apparently possessed by a jinn. Take a look. Mass jinn possession. Now this one we found quite disturbing, as it features children being supposedly possessed by the jinn. Again, with most of these jinn videos, there is very little information about them, but luckily the video speaks for themselves. Take a look. It's all very strange, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on the footage. Mosque Jinn. This one was filmed in a mosque. The lady who enters is claimed to have been possessed by a jinn. Again, unfortunately I have no more information on this clip, and if anyone else does, then I'd love to hear in the comments. But take a look. Pretty creepy. Again, if anyone knows anything about this clip, then I would love to hear it. What's your thoughts on it? Doll possessed by jinn. In 2014, a small doll was found leaning up against a tree on a busy street in Hougang in Singapore. Nothing strange about that, you might think. It probably dropped out of a child's buggy and was placed there by a passerby who picked it up. However, this was no child's toy. The scruffy antique doll, wearing a stained lacy dress, had been blindfolded, and written on the cloth used was a word written in Arabic. Posts on Reddit and Twitter revealed the owner of the doll believed it was possessed, as it had been moving around the house on its own, and was also heard talking to itself. The owner was so freaked out that she wanted the doll out of the house, and found that the only way to do this and make sure it didn't follow her back home was to leave it somewhere far away and mask its eyes. The curse would then be passed on to whoever found the doll and uncovered its eyes. It was later revealed that the Arabic writing translated to the word Bismillah, an Arabic phrase meaning in the name of God. This led to speculation that the doll was possessed by a jinn. Where the doll is now, or who the unfortunate person is who removed the blindfold is unknown, as the doll has never been seen since, unless any of you know of its whereabouts. The South Shields Poltergeist. A couple will call Mark and Mariana to protect their identities. lived with their young son Robert in a coastal town in northeast England called South Shields. Their lives were calm and quiet until in the winter of 2005, they began to experience a slowly escalating series of events that seemed like typical poltergeist mischief. Slamming doors, footsteps, sudden temperature drops, and other strange movements and noises. However, this haunting would soon take a creepier turn, as the supposed poltergeist seemed to have a fixation on the family's young child, Robert's toys. The poltergeist frequently used the boy's toys as a means of assaulting Mariana, as they were flung at her. One night, not long after the first strange assault, she and her husband sat up together in bed, trying to figure out what was happening to them, when they were beset by nearly every toy in the house flying into their faces. When the couple pulled the covers over themselves in an effort to shield them, they claimed that something tried desperately to tear the cover away, before Mark cried out in pain. After the event, deep scratches appeared on Mark's back, although these marks would vanish by the next morning. This entity had some strange attachment to Robert's toys, even using his Etch-a-Sketch to leave the family threatening messages, and seemingly writing in some mysterious foreign language. Eventually the family called for help, and paranormal investigators entered the home, only to find the activity escalating. The entity now actively attacked the family and the investigators, leaving scratches and bruises on their bodies, damaging belongings, throwing furniture at them, and using Robert's toys once again as a means to further intimidate them. Then, as suddenly as the poltergeist's activity began, it ceased. No more strange phenomena took place in the house, and weirdly, everything went back to normal. Thornton Heath Poltergeist. On a summer night in the 1970s, a family in Thornton Heath, England, were awoken by their family radio turning on randomly and tuning into a strange foreign language station. This electrical anomaly, while seeming like a minor event, was only the catalyst to a series of strange and frightening occurrences. Nothing else unusual occurred until Christmas of that year, when the Christmas tree was violently shaken, and a variety of ornaments were flung around the house. From then on, things would only escalate as the family reported loud knocks on doors, randomly opening and closing cabinets, and the flickering of lights in the house. And finally, physical assaults on the members of the household. The new year brought a whole new sort of paranormal activity, beginning with the family consistently hearing footsteps walking through the upstairs bedroom. Several days later, their young son was awoken from sleep by a tall man in old-fashioned clothes, who hovered above the boy's bed. It was then that the family knew they had to do something. A medium visited their home, and after a séance, learned that the name of the spirit haunting the house was Chatterton, which local public records confirmed was once a farmer who lived on the property. The medium concluded that this spirit believed that the family was trespassing on his land. The family tried to keep the spirit at bay for 4 more years, although blessings from local priests seemed to do very little to deter the angry ghost. Eventually they gave in and moved away, apparently taking the haunting with them, as there have been no further reports of hauntings occurring in that house since. The Perron family. Anyone who is a fan of the paranormal and of horror is likely familiar with the movie The Conjuring. The Conjuring is a dramatised account of the haunting experience by the Perron family in the early 1970s in Harrisville, Rhode Island. The haunting began almost immediately after the family moved into their recently bought country estate. Though at first it was relatively harmless, with the usual reported footsteps and moving items. The poltergeist quickly grew hostile, however, with the smell of rotting flesh permeating the house, and disembodied cries ringing out in the silence of the night. In time, the Perron family learned of a woman who lived in the house long before them, named Bathsheba Sherman, who was involved in a scandal in the late 1800s. Locals claimed that her recently deceased infant was in fact sacrificed by the woman to Satan in return for witch-like powers and eternal beauty. Rumours of a sadistic witch living in the house that was now occupied by the Perrons lasted well after Bathsheba's death, and it is believed that the woman cursed the house and all who occupied it after she died. After months of physical abuse and emotional exhaustion, the Perron family called for help, which arrived in the form of Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens quickly determined that the house was under the influence of a powerful and dark spirit, but were unable to conduct a traditional exorcism due to the parents' secular outlook on life. Instead, they attempted a seance in order to communicate with the dead witch and perhaps learn what could be done to satisfy her. Unfortunately, it didn't work, only further enraging the entity, causing it to intensify its abuse of the family. The Warrens left, having failed to stop the demonic infestation, something Lorraine Warren regrets to this day. The parents attempted to stick it out, but eventually they could no longer handle the strange happenings in their home and they moved away, leaving the witch behind. The Smurls poltergeist. Only one thing is worse than an unwelcome guest, one who refuses to leave. Jack and Janet Smurl and their two daughters, Dawn and Heather, lived in a quiet Pennsylvania suburb, leading a very normal life, until the beginning of 1974, when some strange things started to happen. At first it was odd and not scary. Strange stains would appear on their new carpets, the family television seemingly burst into flames, and the pipes of the house would leak no matter how many times Jack resoldered them. By 1977, the Smurls realised that these strange happenings were no longer looking like a coincidence. Too many things were going wrong at once, and in ways that seemed far away from natural. Footsteps would be continuously heard throughout the house, drawers would open and close randomly, radios would blare static and garbled music despite being unplugged. Strange and rotten smells would float through the house, and empty rocking chairs would mysteriously rock as if someone was sitting in them. By 1985, the experiences went from annoying and creepy to totally terrifying. The house became icy cold, and a faceless, black humanoid figure began to haunt the Smurls day to day, pulling hair, levitating, and throwing members of the family. The next year, the famous demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren came to investigate the house, and tried many times to provoke and remove the spirit with little success. Their arrival only caused an escalation in the events, with Jack claiming to have been sexually assaulted by the entity, and Ed Warren being choked by an unseen force and then coming down with flu-like symptoms. With help from the Catholic Church, the Warrens identified that at least 4 hostile spirits plagued the house, and multiple exorcisms were attempted. By 1986, after a 3-month pause in activity, Jack once again saw the ominous black form, and the disembodied banging and putrid smells returned. Frustrated and terrified, the Smurl family gave up on trying to reclaim their home, and moved away to a new town. The Pontefract Poltergeist. When the Pritchard family moved into a house in West Yorks, UK, with son Philip and daughter Diane in 1966, they did not expect to become embroiled in one of the most famous and strange poltergeist hauntings in history. Almost immediately after they moved in, the unusual slew of ghostly happenings began in their home. Random stains appeared, lights turned off and on, furniture moved, hanging pictures were slashed, foul smells wafted through the house, and heavy breathing sounds intimidated and frightened the whole family. Mother and father Joe and Dean then encountered the entity that caused these strange happenings, a moving shadow cloaked in what they said resembled a monk's robes, leading to the entity to be called the Black Monk of Pontefract. Though Jean was regularly thrown from her bed, and even on one occasion woke up to being choked, only to later notice bruises on her throat, the family decided to stay in the house, determined to try and coexist with this increasingly malevolent entity. The family attempted an exorcism, but the Black Monk of Pontefract was undisturbed by this, and allegedly responded to the family's sprinkling of holy water by drawing upside-down crosses on their walls. Eventually, the Pritchards could no longer take this abuse by the poltergeist, and sold the home. After the property exchanged hands a few times, an advertiser and film producer, Bill Bungay, purchased the house, and turned it into a macabre tourist destination, where one can pay to stay the night in the haunted house. Reports of the Black Monk's creepy activities have continued to this day, with investigators and ghost hunters alike reporting that strange occurrences at the house still continue, and the Black Monk still holds animosity towards all living beings that enter his house. Slenderman is Real, taken from an account shared by blogger Ann Johnson on her blog, The Gods Are Bored. This first account comes from Ann Johnson, who shared the experience on her blog, The Gods Are Bored. The blog entry was on the 9th of June 2014 and was titled Slenderman is Real. Although Slenderman is believed to be the creation of Knudsen, Ann Johnson believes he is real and that he is something more than urban legend or internet myth, and she shares an experience she had with him in 1975. She said, "I was 16 and in bed. I was not dreaming. The state was between total awake and asleep. A tall, faceless man in a black suit came to my bed, placed his arms on either side of me, and stood there, looming over me. I could not make out his features. I wasn't even afraid. I just asked him who he was. A moment later, the light went on in the bathroom. It was my mother. She said I'd been screaming at the top of my lungs. I was not afraid, ever, just curious. Although I was an avid reader, I had never read anything about Men in Black, and certainly nothing about Slenderman. But this experience with Slenderman was a watershed moment in my life. It still remains vivid in my mind decades later. Anne believes that Slenderman is one of three things: an archetype of the collective unconsciousness, a harbinger of death or adulthood that appears in many cultures in similar forms, a male spirit who makes visitations to people, possibly even a fairy, or he exists in neutral pathways in the brain that are misunderstood or yet to be discovered. Although Anne's encounter was brief, she genuinely believes in what she saw. So who are we to say he doesn't exist? What if Slenderman isn't an urban legend after all, and Anne is right? My experience with the Slenderman by a deleted account on Reddit. This next tale comes from a post shared on Reddit in 2011 by an unknown user who has since deleted her account. She says she was 13 years old and living in a small town in northern British Columbia. She had gone out horse riding in the afternoon with her horse Duke, whom she reports is a horse that does not spook easily. They were riding down an isolated path about 30 minutes away from her house in the thick of a forest. As they ascended up a hill, she spotted a dark, shadowy figure emerge from the woods. She says it walked to the middle of the trail and stopped, turned towards my horse and I, and just stared at us. It was at least 8 feet tall, with long legs. Its disgusting, bony arms hung down to its knees. It walked with its limbs twisted and knees bent. The Reddit user then abruptly turned around on her horse and prompted him to gallop as fast as he could back home. When she returned home, she shared this account with a friend who had also seen the same creature 6 months prior. The two did research and came to believe this figure was an Algonquian myth called Wendigo, as a Wendigo is also said to be tall in stature, skeletal, and emaciated in appearance. However, Wendigo are also said to carry with them the smell of decay, and have a head topped with a stag skull, leaving us to think that perhaps it was Slenderman after all. My disturbing Slenderman encounter in Mendocino. This is an account that was shared by a man called Xavier G on backpackerverse.com in Mendocino, California. He says he had dropped off his younger sister for karate practice in the evening as the sun was setting and decided to go for a drive while he waited for her class to finish. As he was driving along some backcountry roads, he realized the road was becoming thinner and he could no longer see other houses and cars. He came to a point where he decided to turn around when his radio cut out, something that had never happened to him before. He said, "I started fiddling with the dials, but all I could get out of it was silence. This is when I started to feel creeped out, and I decided to make a U-turn. As I stopped my car, I jumped at the sight of a mysterious figure standing in the middle of the road. The man was enormously tall, and had the longest limbs I've ever seen. His arms were almost like tentacles, and absent of any bone. He was wearing a black suit and tie, and as I looked up, I became horrified to learn that his face had no features. No nose, no mouth, no eyes. Just a complete void. I couldn't put the car into drive, I was so shocked. Just at that moment, a voice entered my head of a man whispering. It told me to run my car into the man and kill him. It repeated the words, kill him, over and over. All the while, the man just ominously stood, facing in my direction. All at once, I screamed and slammed my foot down on the gas. I ignored the call of my voice and sped off in the opposite direction, eventually making my way back into town. But Xavier's tale does not stop there. He said a week later he heard news of a car that had veered off the road near the spot he had his own Slenderman encounter. Unfortunately, this driver hadn't been as fortunate as him and died on impact. Xavier says, "I'm convinced that the tall man had accomplished his goal, and convinced that the driver go off the side of the road and wind up with a fate that could have happened to me. If this story is true, then Slenderman is more than just a figment of our imagination and the stuff of internet forums. Could it be that somewhere out there, Slenderman exists and is indeed the embodiment of our nightmares?" Real Slenderman sighting submitted by a reader on Ghosts and Ghouls blog. This next one comes from a reader on Ghosts and Ghouls who in 2014 submitted her encounter with what could have been Slenderman. Since she was 2 years old, she had gone camping in the Poconos Mountains twice a year and had understandably come to love the place. In her effort to share a love for the location, when she was 17 years old, she invited her boyfriend to come along on the trip. On one of the days, they went to a popular waterfall and spent the day there, until around dusk when they headed back to the mess hall. This is when they had an encounter that left them chilled to the core. As they enjoyed a scenic and laugh-filled walk down a dirt road, the author suddenly felt a huge chill run down her spine that stopped her in her tracks. She told her boyfriend that she had a bad feeling, so the two decided to turn around and take the shortcut back to the mess hall that takes you over a hill and through a field. As they made their way down the hill, her boyfriend let go of her hand, stood still, and said, "Do you see that?" Stood in a field, less than 100 feet away, was a tall, skinny dark figure, almost like a shadow. The girl called out, "What is that?" As soon as the words left her mouth, this tall, dark figure leaned forward and then shifted to the left, as though it had teleported. Terrified, the pair ran all the way back to the waterfall without looking back, too terrified to see what could be looming behind them. Cannock Chase, Staffordshire sightings. Cannock Chase in Staffordshire is no stranger to odd happenings and the paranormal. Sightings of black-eyed children, Bigfoot, UFOs and ghosts have been reported in the area, leading people to refer to it as a paranormal hotspot. And in recent years, Slenderman sightings have also increased in the area too. Our first report comes from the 27th of November 2014. The witness says, "At 2:30 in the morning, while I was sleeping, I heard a bang that woke me from my dream. As my eyes opened, I saw a man floating over me. He was so close that I would have headbutted him if I moved an inch. I could see into his eyes. They were a fierce red colour that shook me to my core. Although he didn't speak, I knew what he was thinking. It was as though he was talking to me telepathically. He definitely wanted to hurt me, but there was something stopping him. It was almost like he was somehow gaining power from scaring me though. Maybe something bad will happen when he gets strong enough. It just seemed the anger in his eyes grew stronger as I was feeling more scared. The ordeal ended when the man, who was supposedly dressed in black with a hat to match, floated higher and higher above me until he hit the ceiling and disappeared. Then on the 19th of December 2014, another sighting occurred. The witness told of an equally terrifying encounter. "I was awoken yesterday morning just before 2 a.m. by an odd scratching noise in my bedroom. I instantly sat upright in bed in an attempt to discover what was causing the sound. To my astonishment, there was what seemed like a sphere-shaped shadow by the edge of my wardrobe. As I tried to get out of bed and investigate further, the shadow began to stretch towards the ceiling. It was at that point I found myself faced with the most disgusting and horrific creature imaginable. It was about 8 feet tall and had a white face with razor-sharp fangs. It almost looked like a vampire. I fell back into my bed and the creature started moving towards me. Its arms stretched out almost twice their original length, and I felt claws scraping at my skin. I let out a scream in fear for my life, and the creature retreated back into the corner of my room. It then shrank back down into a ball and slowly faded away. Then finally, on the 2nd of January 2015, this is the witness's account of the event. While taking a midnight stroll around Castle Ring last Friday morning, I happened to notice a strange figure in the distance. It appeared to rise out of the trees and hover over the path around 100 meters in front of me. I don't know if you've ever heard the stories of Spring-Heeled Jack, but if you have, this thing seemed to look pretty similar to all those old artist impressions. It was very dark, but I could see it clearly because of the lights coming from Rugeley. It was also a pretty clear night. If I were to compare it to anything, I would say that it looked like a stereotypical Victorian gentleman, long black overcoat with a Homburg hat. Except, I know this was no flying human. I know that because it had blood-red eyes that shone in the night sky. It also had a mouthful of teeth that seemed to look like razors. Whatever it was, it stopped hovering and descended back into the trees. Needless to say, I did not investigate any further. Now we have to note that this does not necessarily fit the description of Slenderman. We know Slenderman has a blank face, void of any features. However, we thought we would include these tales, as the area believes it to be Slenderman sightings rather than vampire sightings. Paranormal investigator Ree Brickley believes it's possible the first 2 sightings in bed were caused by sleep paralysis. Of the third account, he thinks it could be genuine. Whatever creature it was, whether Slenderman or something else, it leaves us wondering if maybe there's something out there roaming the planet. Something tall, thin, and without a face. If any of you have ever had any similar encounters, we'd love to hear from you. Castle of Good Hope in South Africa. Now this place is riddled with ghosts, all with their own reasons to be there. The Castle of Good Hope is located in Cape Town, and is a 17th century bastion fort, and is the oldest and largest colonial building in South Africa. It was initially used as a replenishment station for ships passing through the treacherous waters off the Cape, and at high tide its moat fills with water. It's a fascinating place and has a long history of death and torture, and is infamous for its dungeon known as the Dark Hole, where prisoners were kept and tortured. However, it was not unusual for them to drown before they met their punishment. When flood water poured in during rainy periods, the first ghost at the castle made an appearance in 1915, when a tall unknown man was spotted on the castle's battlements. It said the apparition glowed and was seen jumping off the castle walls, leaning over a parapet and walking between bastions. He was a regular visitor for several years before he suddenly disappeared, and wasn't seen again until 1947, when it said he hung around for just 2 weeks. The old bell tower that overlooks the castle is also said to be haunted by a ghost, who in the 1700s was found hanging from a bell rope. After his death, the bell tower was sealed off, but ever since, the bell can be heard ringing at random times, and many believe the spirit of the soldier is responsible. Another famous ghost seen at the castle is known as the Lady in Grey. She started appearing after a female skeleton was unearthed during excavations at the old Sally Gates. The Lady in Grey is seen holding her hands and crying hysterically as she runs through the castle. She even made her presence felt during a royal visit in 1947 when Princess Elizabeth and her sister Margaret were in Cape Town for her 21st birthday. It's said that several members of the entourage, including Princess Margaret, saw her ghost. The most romantic ghost of the castle is believed to be Lady Anne Bernard, a colourful character with distinctive wild curly hair who lived in the castle in the 18th century. She was married to a man much younger than herself and was the colony's first lady. Her ghost has been seen in the pool area where she was known to bath. She has also appeared as an uninvited guest at parties given at the castle to honour distinguished guests. Other activity in the castle includes lights going on and off in the dungeon area, and arguing heard in the old guard room when there is no one in there. Outside the castle, the apparition of a black hound is a common occurrence. The dog has been known to pounce on visitors before vanishing. And if that wasn't enough, the castle also has a curse that involves a former governor who in April 1729 wrongfully sentenced 7 soldiers to death for desertion after he overruled a court's more lenient sentence. One of the condemned soldiers called for justice from the gallows and demanded the governor attend the hanging. But when he didn't show up, the soldier put a curse on him, and later that day the governor was found dead, slouched over his desk. Witnesses say he had a look of sheer terror on his face. He was buried in an unmarked grave, and he supposedly haunts the castle to this day. The Flying Dutchman wreck at Cape Point. You've probably all heard the name, the Flying Dutchman. After all, it's appeared in Pirates of the Caribbean, SpongeBob SquarePants, and many other films, books, and operas. However, few know where it originated from, and the story behind it, and why it's the most feared ghost ship in the seafaring community. The Cape of Good Hope in South Africa is known for its terrifying storms and treacherous rocks, and many a ship has been lost around its beautiful but deceptive coastline. But hundreds of years ago, trading ships from Europe heading to Asia had no alternative but to pass through the dangerous route. In 1641, Dutchman Hendrik van der Decken and his crew were returning from Holland from the Far East, and like all trade ships then, had to navigate the dangerous passage around Cape Hope. As they approached, a storm brewed, and the captain begged Van der Decken not to sail around the cape. But he was a determined and possibly arrogant man, who had no fear of facing the turbulent waters and howling winds, and he vowed he would sail around the cape, even if it took him until doomsday to accomplish it. Legend has it that at this point, an angel appeared to Van der Decken, and in a panic, he shot at it with his pistol. His action sealed the ship's fate, as Van der Decken and his crew lost their lives in the reckless attempt. Their ship smashed to pieces and vanished beneath the swirling waves, and all that is left now is the ghost of the ship and its fallen crew, doomed to sail the seas forever. Known as the Flying Dutchman, those who have witnessed it say it appears as a ghostly glowing ship, and apparently it's a warning to other travellers not to attempt the passage around the Cape of Good Hope. But sailors believe it's a sign of misfortune, and that the phantom ship is a bad omen and a warning they would not see land again. Although the ship is predominantly witnessed around the Cape, it has also been seen in other seas, and the Flying Dutchman continues to haunt the Cape and surrounding areas even to this day. So if you ever find yourself on the beach on South Africa's southern coast, have a look out to sea, as you may catch a glimpse of the infamous ghost ship, the Flying Dutchman. The ghost of Uniondale. Uniondale is a small, unremarkable town in the Western Cape Province, and if it wasn't for its famous ghost story, very few people would have heard of it. The story goes that on the 12th of April 1968, a recently engaged couple named Maria Rue and G.M. Pretorius were travelling to Riversdale to break the happy news to their families. Maria was asleep on the back seat of the car when Pretorius lost control of the vehicle on the road just outside of Uniondale. Pretorius was severely injured but survived, but Maria sadly lost her life. However, just a year later, Pretorius found a new love and got married, and that is when reports started circulating of a dark-haired woman in white hitching a lift near the accident spot. Unsuspecting motorists were stopping and picking her up, but a few minutes into the journey, they would hear a shrill laugh, the sound of a door closing, and feel an icy chill over them, and when they looked towards their passenger, she had vanished. She became known as the ghost of Maria Rue, and at one time, she was appearing so often that the local police department kept sugar water available to calm motorists who came into contact with her. However, in 1984, the sightings inexplicably stopped, and it was discovered that Pretorius himself had also died in a car accident in 1984. It said Maria was finally at peace, reunited with her lost love. Mikey'sfontein, South Africa. The old town of Mikey'sfontein in the Western Cape is the location of the double-storey Milner Hotel, which was built in 1899 at the start of the South African War. The hotel was used as a military hospital during the conflict with Britain, and the hotel turret was used as a lookout post, and its past is thought to be responsible for its resident ghost. First there is the ghost of Kate, a 19-year-old war nurse who loved to play cards with her patients, but she mysteriously passed away at a young age, and she now supposedly haunts the hotel and has been seen staring from the hotel's turret. She also has her own room on the second floor, known as Kate's Card Room, where she can be heard gently shuffling cards. However, Kate is not the only ghost at the Lord Milner. It is also haunted by the ghost of James Logan, who built the hotel and was the founder of the town. He has supposedly been spotted many times in the lounge area of the hotel. In the hallway, there is also the ghost of Lucy, a young girl wearing a nightgown, who can be heard sobbing over a lover's tiff. She is said to be a friendly ghost who favours a room on the first floor, as there is speculation that this is where she died. If any of you have ever stayed at this hotel, then I would love to hear your experiences and how creepy you found it. Africana Research Library in Kimberley. The Kimberley Public Library is located in Northern Cape and was built in 1882. It was a spectacular building with a wrought iron gallery, a spiral staircase, and glittering chandeliers. It also housed some of the world's most sought after books. In 1900, Bertrand Dyer sailed from England to South Africa. He had previously worked for the Queen's Library in London and was a well-respected librarian. He was Kimberley's first qualified librarian and quickly settled into the Kimberley Library and worked on restoring, cataloguing and organising the rare and valuable books. But he was a greedy man, and he saw a money-making opportunity and soon started to fiddle the books for his own financial gain. He was soon found out, and the shame and the thought of spending time in prison drove him to commit suicide by ingesting poison. But sadly for him, he didn't die straight away, and it was 3 agonising days before he finally passed away. During this torturous process, he said he left his soul behind in the library he loved. Ever since, he's been spotted pacing the halls in his Victorian clothing, often rearranging books and tidying. Today the building has been converted into the Africana Research Library and is one of the finest research libraries in South Africa. An old tale goes that for the librarians that work there today, if they ever need to find a book, they simply ask Dyer, and the book will suddenly fall off the shelf. Creepy feet. The Myrtles Plantation in St. Francisville, Louisiana, is touted as one of America's most haunted homes. It's rumoured to be built on an old Indian burial ground, and it's claimed that at least 10 murders have occurred in the house. So it's no surprise that it's also home to 12 resident ghosts. Nowadays, it's a bed and breakfast complex that offers guests a chance to experience the paranormal atmosphere for themselves, and most of the well-known ghost hunting teams have visited here. So when Brandon and Taryn Hunt booked an overnight stay at the house, they were hoping for some paranormal activity, and decided to film some of their stay in the hope of capturing something on camera. However, when they filmed the clip we are going to show you, they didn't notice the 3 pairs of feet walking from the stairs into the main hallway. Take a look. The pair only noticed the spooky walkers when they looked back at the footage. Those who viewed the clip are divided on what it might be, with some believing it's fake. However, Brandon claims it's genuine footage taken straight from his phone, and given the history of the place, we're inclined to believe him. What do you think? Mum spots son's ghost on kitchen CCTV after figure triggers camera sensor. Jennifer Hodge from Atlanta, Georgia was watching TV in bed with her daughter Lauren when she received a notification on her phone, triggered by the home security camera. It read, "Your entryway camera saw someone," and when mother and daughter viewed the image, they saw a transparent bearded male figure in the kitchen. Take a look. Now, it is creepy enough to receive a notification like this, but what freaked them out was the image looked just like their son and brother Robbie, who died aged 22, 2 years earlier from a drug overdose. After receiving the notification, the 2 women rushed into the kitchen but found no evidence of a break-in or anyone being in the house. Rather than being scared of the apparition, Jennifer and Lauren have found comfort in believing it was Robbie visiting to let them know he is happy in heaven. Plain Ghost. In November 2016, Francisco Hernandez was finishing his night shift as a security guard at Mexico City Airport when he heard a strange noise coming from one of the empty planes. So as is protocol, he went to investigate, but as he shone his torchlight down the dark aisles of the aircraft, this happened.
Verga. ¿Qué fue eso?
No mommy.
The shadowy figure peering around the corner left Francisco in shock. But at first, he wasn't sure what he was seeing, and thought it might be a trick of the light, but when it moves, he runs for his life. Francisco managed to record the incident so he could play it back and check that he wasn't imagining it. This is not the first time strange things have been reported at Mexico City Airport. In the past, staff have been left shaken after repeated sightings of a ghost girl lurking around the place, and it's possible this eerie figure is the same spirit. What do you think? The ghost of Mrs. Hopkinson. This next footage was released in 2016, and at the time, paranormal investigators were convinced it was the real deal. The creepy footage was caught on CCTV from inside a vintage clothing store in Nottingham, UK. The store first opened in 1880 and was originally a family-run industrial merchants called H. Hopkins Limited. And although the shop is still called Hopkinson, the family link is long gone. Or is it? When staff viewed CCTV footage, they were shocked to see a transparent figure wandering around the rails of clothing. Take a look. After reviewing the footage, staff at the shop are convinced the apparition is the ghost of the long-dead former shopkeeper's wife, Mrs. Hopkinson. Customers of the shop have long been convinced the shop is haunted, and now it seems they may be right. What do you think? Ghost Stalks Drinker. The Dolphin Pub in Littlehampton, England dates back to 1735 and has the reputation as being one of the most haunted buildings in the UK. The ghosts at the pub include a former cook who was murdered by her abusive uncle, who also haunts the place. The spectre of a man in an RAF uniform, the ghost of a woman in white, and a mischievous spirit who throws 20p coins at the customers. Guests have also been spooked while staying in one of the upstairs bedrooms, and more than one has fled, vowing never to return. In fact, one of the rooms is so haunted, it has now been shut off to guests, as it's believed to be haunted by a ghost child, whose portrait is preserved on a photographic plate discovered in the pub. Her name is Dolly, which incidentally is the nickname for the pub. Dolly is alleged to have been one of the 14 children of the former landlord who owned the pub 100 years ago, who unfortunately died of diphtheria in the old nursery. The grave of the little girl is located nearby. Her real name was Ada Constance Parrish, but inscribed above her tombstone is Little Dolly. In 2016, a punter was enjoying a drink in the upstairs lounge of the pub when he felt something brush past him. Unable to figure out what it was, he asked the landlady to check her CCTV, and this is what showed up. Initial thoughts were it was a dog, but when the landlady looked over the footage, she noticed a glowing white shape floating behind the man. At first it was thought it was lights from a band that was performing that evening, but this was quickly dismissed. Some have claimed the footage is fake, but the landlord insists it is genuine, and she does not have the technical ability to superimpose the image onto the tape. What are your thoughts? The Joanna Apparition. This next photograph was submitted by a Top 5's fan and regular viewer, Alex. The photo in question has circulated throughout his family for a couple of generations now, with most of them denying it contains anything supernatural. However, Alex has his own explanation. Here is a brief background regarding the photo. The picture has been playing on my mind for years. It was taken on a really old-fashioned camera and was kept on a slide for about 40 years, before my auntie found it. It shows my dad in the early 70s at a shipyard, no one knows where or when exactly, being held under the arms by a ghostly image of a person. It's a weird image, and no one in my family is really sure what to make of it, with most saying it's just a run of colour. What makes it even weirder is that my dad says that at the time he had 2 imaginary friends who were boat builders. He can describe them in detail, right down to the type and colour of their boots, which is more than your typical imaginary friend.
Whatever the strange anomaly is, it's certainly creepy, and it would be interesting to know the history of the Joanna ship and the fate of its crew. Is it possible that some kind of spiritual leftover from its past latched onto Alex's father and manifested in the photo? Or is his family correct and it is just a colour run? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Backyard Baby Mystery. At the beginning of September 2018, an anonymous user on the internet posted what appeared to be an innocent photo of his 1990s infanthood, a beautifully photogenic snapshot of himself as a baby, taken by his mother in the backyard of their home, somewhere in the countryside. However, the anonymous subject was quick to draw attention to an unexplained figure or object lurking in the top left corner of the photo. To date, the uploader has no idea what the figure could be and has yet to hear a plausible explanation. Plenty of conspiracy theories and internet sleuths have offered their opinions, ranging from a scarecrow, an overturned wheelbarrow, or merely a break in the trees that pops out from the background foliage. But the uploader is quick to dismiss these theories and believes the figure is a ghost or a paranormal presence. His biggest supporting evidence for this comes from his mother, who vividly remembers the day the photo was taken. Her husband was away at work, leaving her and her son alone. She also revealed that the house they lived in at the time experienced a lot of disturbing events. Things like cutlery disappearing from the table, or curtains moving by themselves, and a lot of supernatural vibes were being felt by the family long before the picture surfaced. It seems unlikely the figure is a person dressed up. After all, the property was out in the middle of the countryside, and all that was near was a couple of houses and an old church. And apart from the locals, few people would have knowledge of the house's location. However, the property had been empty prior to them moving in, and they knew little about the history of the area. Some have suggested the figure looks to be wearing a military uniform, possibly dating back to World War I, whilst others think it looks more futuristic, possibly wearing a spacesuit. One curious viewer went so far as inverting the image, and it certainly seems like the figure is a physical presence. For now, the mysterious figure is unexplained, unless any of you have an explanation. World War Wonder. Compared to the massive history of humankind, the ability to take photo has only been with us for a relatively short period, meaning countless events and significant points in our history have gone visually undocumented, only memorised through text and artwork. The First World War in particular, despite happening after photography was introduced, wasn't nearly as capable as more recent conflicts, so whenever a new piece of World War I imagery is uncovered, it holds particular weight in history. In March 2013, Anton Orlov of San Diego, California, received a tip from his friend about an antique shop 100 miles outside of town that had just received a haul of old retro camera gear from an estate sale. Anton, who was an expert analog photographer, decided to drive his 1970s school bus that he had converted into a darkroom to the shop and check out the stock, a decision he did not regret. After digging through piles of interesting yet useless gadgets, Anton discovered an odd-looking device, specifically a 1901 stereo camera. He paid $100 for the antique piece of retro equipment and proceeded to spend hours attempting to open it, without an instruction manual. Finally, he managed to unlock it and revealed the historical treasure within. At the back of the camera were 12 glass plates, 4 blanks, and 8 negatives. Unable to decipher the images on the plates themselves, Anton scanned each image and revealed a series of never-before-seen images of the Great War. The locations were determined to be undisclosed areas around war-torn France. One photo in particular, however, was especially unsettling when put into perspective. It shows 2 soldiers standing in front of rubble, propping up a massive bombshell. The bombshell almost certainly housed the explosives that caused the destruction in the background. The eerie image shows the unknown faces of war stranded on a battlefield surrounded by destruction. The image is more thought-provoking than creepy and poses the question, who were these soldiers? What had they just witnessed, and what must have been going through their minds as they posted for this shot? Were there casualties laying underneath the debris? And what became of these men? Did they survive the war that so many perished in? This snap is a unique moment in history, and Anton's chance find has provided the world with a spine-chilling flash from the past. The Boy in the House. Not much is known about the next photograph, but it still creates quite a creepy curiosity. About 5 years ago, a gentleman uploaded an image of his home onto Reddit. However, it wasn't a recent photo, it was a photograph from 1916 of his new house, taken almost a century ago. On a closer inspection, he found more than he bargained for. The old photo had been left for him by the previous owners, but he noticed in the top right-hand corner there appeared to be a young boy standing at the window, looking down into the front yard. Now this is a very old photo, but it's hard to argue against the fact that the magnified image appears to show a little boy. It is possible it's just a trick of light or a reflection, but the new owner of the house wasn't happy with this explanation and decided to contact someone who had knowledge of the original homeowners. They informed him that while the couple who lived there never had children of their own, they did spend a lot of time with their nephew, but he was sadly killed in an automobile accident along with the original owner, thus providing a possible supernatural explanation to the boy in the window. Others suggested it could be just a doll propped up near the frame, or an actual person who just so happened to be around at the time of the photo. The picture itself underwent tests for alleged tampering, but was found to be a legitimate photo, and since the image was uploaded, the owner has renovated the house, and reports that no other strange activity or ghostly sightings have occurred. But I bet the thought of a ghostly boy lurking somewhere in the house must play on his mind from time to time. Creepy cell phone surprise. This last photo isn't old, but it's still a creepy and unexplained discovery. About 2 years ago, a criminology student at the University of Cincinnati, Ohio, posted a strange story on the internet, claiming to have found a photo on his iPhone that he never captured, downloaded or screenshotted. It was a weekday in the middle of the school semester, and the student had been dealing with stressful circumstances surrounding his relationship with his girlfriend. Not being from the Ohio area, the student was often alone and didn't have much social interaction. Meanwhile, he would FaceTime his girlfriend each night before they went to sleep, attempting to keep alive their long-distance relationship. On this specific night, before he FaceTimed his girlfriend, he went through his alarms for the next morning and decided he wanted to post a picture of himself and his girlfriend on Instagram. However, when he opened up his photo album on his phone, he found the following image apparently taken earlier that day. The original image was so dark that the student had to turn the brightness up just to make sure it wasn't a black screenshot or accidental photo in a dark room. But after lighting it up, it reveals a very mysterious, low-res picture. The student describes what he saw. It's in the middle of a field at nighttime, barely lit. There is a building in the distance with some lights around it. There is fog everywhere. A giant tree is off in the distance. Also note that there seems to be a shadow to the right of the person taking the photo that extends to the middle of the picture. Who or what the hell is that? I keep thinking about all of the possibilities, and there are constant chills going up my spine. This is creeping me out so hard, I don't really know how to react to it. Curious internet surfers were quick to ask for GPS info from the metadata of the photo, but the student wasn't sure how to check those details. All he knew was the photo had been recorded at 9 minutes past 1 PM. Others theorised it could have been a neighbourly prank where someone sent the photo via an airdrop feature, but the student is adamant that the feature was never turned on, nor did he even know it was possible. Because of the grainy nature of the photo, it's impossible to locate any specific landmark or even country of origin. The tree on the side of the building in the distance could be anywhere, and the open country is a common setting. The only thing truly out of the ordinary is the two lights that appear to hang over the structure. Could they be man-made, supernatural phenomena, possibly even UFOs? Another darker internet theory is that the image could have been sent by ISIS, who have a history of hacking into American computers and leaving wartime images of the Middle East as a scare tactic, so the lights could be gunfire or other artillery. One last conspiracy was proposed by the student himself. As bizarre as it sounds, he mentioned how the weeks leading up to this moment, he had been having very strange nightmares full of darkness and scary happenings, such as loved ones dying and being chased by shadowy figures. So while it does make no sense on a physical level, the student wonders if somehow the phone captured an image of his dreams, since he had been sleeping at the exact time the photo was dated. What do you think? In the mid-1600s, Elizabeth Knapp was a 16-year-old girl living in the Puritan colony of Massachusetts in New England. It was at that age that she began to display all of the telltale signs of possession, including violent fits, coupled with surprising strength, visions of apparitions, talking in strange inhumane voices, compulsive fear of holy items, and a newfound and open hostility towards her ministers. After her behaviour became known to the town, Elizabeth was interrogated by her ministers, who claimed that in her brief moments of lucidity, Elizabeth admitted that the devil offered to make her a powerful witch in exchange for her servitude, an offer that she accepted, but now realised was only tricked to steal her soul. Minister Samuel Willard studied Elizabeth's case closely and did his best to record what he experienced in a scientific way, and then attempted to save this young girl with an exorcism. At first, he believed he had failed, as Elizabeth claimed to continue receiving visits from the devil for a few weeks after the exorcism. However, she claimed that this eventually stopped and she experienced no further disturbances. Minister Willard concluded in his writings on the matter that he had learned little, and that he must leave any revelations about the subject to better men in future generations. Mother Teresa. Many people know who Mother Teresa was, with most seeing her as a saintly woman who, in the name of the Catholic Church, built many hospices and sick houses for the dying throughout India. But what most do not know is that during her last few months, she struggled against a demonic entity that wished to possess her. After 2 heart attacks left her frail and bedridden, she would reportedly rest soundly during most days, and then at night would spiral into restlessness, going as far as routinely thrashing around and tearing off any wires connected to her body. After multiple sleepless nights, the Archbishop of Calcutta spoke to Teresa's doctor and learned that he could not find a reason for her sleeplessness. It was then that the Archbishop suggested that she may be troubled by a demon, and considering her status as a holy figure, this demon could likely be the devil himself. With the consent of Teresa, the Archbishop called in Father Rosario to perform an exorcism. Rosario stated that Mother Teresa did seem to be acting strangely before he began his prayers for her, but by the end of his work, she appeared to be freed of this dark influence, and was yet again able to sleep through the night. A few months later, the nun died, her soul free of whatever it was that tried to drag her to darkness one final time. Anna Auckland. Anna Auckland was born into an impoverished and abusive family in 1882 in Wisconsin in the United States. At the age of 14, young Anna, a formerly devout Catholic, began to lapse in her church attendance. Many of her friends also reported that they had heard Anna talking of harming priests and desecrating churches and holy relics. Anna herself began to believe that she was going insane, and she fell into a depression, isolating herself from much of the town. Over the years, her mental state continued to decline, leaving her to consult a number of doctors, none of whom could find the source of her distress. So in 1912, a priest suggested that she undergo an exorcism, a proposal she accepted, as she did not know what was wrong with her. Over the course of the exorcism, the father found that Anna was incredibly sensitive to consecrated objects like crosses and holy water. He also discovered that Anna was now able to speak in multiple languages that she had never shown any proficiency in before. The priest performed his exorcism, and Anna seemed cured. Unfortunately, sometime in 1928, Anna once again began to fall prey to what she believed was demons. This possession was worse, with Anna flying into fits of rage, howling inhumanely, and even sometimes acting like a cat. The father learned of this relapse, and once again came to the aid of the poor woman, taking her to the convent in Iowa in hopes of preserving Anna's privacy. During his exorcism, he claimed to have encountered many types of demons that tormented her soul, describing battles with beings that included Jubas, Iscariot, and even Anna's own aunt, who some believed was a witch. Over time, the father fought the demons inhabiting this woman, and eventually their influence seemed to wane, leaving Anna in peace for the rest of her days. Clara Seeley. One day in 1906 in South Africa, Father Ursimus Horner heard a confession from one of the younger students in his Catholic school that shook him. 16-year-old orphan Clara Seeley claimed that she had made a pact with the devil. While the father was taken aback by this, he and his staff initially dismissed the confession as a bored teenage girl's ploy for attention. In the weeks that followed, however, Clara began to behave very erratically, tearing at her clothes and growling like an animal, flying into rages if too close to consecrated items, and even conversing with beings that didn't seem to be there. One of her peers at one point claimed that Clara was able to transform into a snake-like being, even going as far as biting a nun and leaving puncture marks on her that looked just like a snake bite. Later, Clara began to display signs of clairvoyance and knowledge of many new languages. Her confessor, Father Horner, and another priest decided that it was time to attempt an exorcism on the young girl. The exorcism was performed in September of 1906 and seemed successful at first, but in the next year, Clara yet again claimed to have made a pact with the devil, and another exorcism was performed. It's said that when the demons departed the second time, a foul smell lingered in the room in which the exorcism was performed. There is no record of what happened to Clara Seiler after this, so perhaps she finally learned her lesson about trusting demons and remained free of possession for the rest of her life. David Glatzel and Arnie Johnson. In early February of 1981, Brookfield, Connecticut had its first homicide in its 193 years of existence. Early in the evening, on February the 16th, 19-year-old Arnie Johnson walked up to his landlord, Alan Bono, and stabbed him 5 times in the chest with a 5-inch pocket knife. Bono died of his wounds shortly after, and 8 months later, Arnie came to trial, pleading not guilty by virtue of possession, and his lawyer proceeded to tell the story of how Arnie became possessed. It all started in the summer of the previous year, 1980, when 11-year-old David Glatzel had a nightmare of a beastly creature that warned him to beware. While all kids have nightmares, this one seemed to have a profound effect on young David's demeanour, turning him from happy little kid to a quiet and nervous child. Things escalated rapidly as David's restlessness and anxiety soon turned to sleeplessness, and he began to hiss and growl at family members, speak in foreign tongues, start seizing randomly, and quote lines from both the Bible and Milton's Paradise Lost. Soon this case came to the attention of the famous demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren, who went to the Glatzel home to help the boy. After Ed interviewed David, he determined that he was undoubtedly possessed by at least one dark entity. Lorraine reported seeing a dark black mist manifesting near the boy. The Warrens, along with 4 priests and many volunteers and friends of the family, performed 3 exorcisms on the boy, ultimately purging him of a reported 43 demons. Now this is where Arnie comes in. As an acquaintance of the family, Arnie was one of the volunteers helping the Warrens and the priests dispel the demons inside of young David. It was during one of these sessions that Arnie made the mistake of taunting the demons that haunted the boy. As the year went on, Arnie began to fall into strange trances where he would growl and stare fearful at things that didn't seem to be there, only to come out of his trances with no memory of doing anything of the sort. He began to lose control of his emotions, particularly his anger, and had a few run-ins with the police for abusive behaviour, but did nothing that made him seem like a particular danger at the time. Of course, that was until the next year, when, as Arnie claims, he fell into such a trance during a confrontation with his landlord that he killed him, but claimed he had no memory of the actual murder. Even after this compelling story, and the testimony of multiple witnesses, Arnie's presiding judge ultimately refused to accept the plea. He was sentenced to a 10 to 20-year sentence, but would only serve 5 before being released on good behaviour, quietly marrying and avoiding public spotlight from then on. A couple in Kent had a shock when they viewed footage from a camera that they had set up in their living room. It appears to show a ghostly apparition floating around the room. The camera was initially set up to keep an eye on the family's bulldogs, but in 2017, as they all slept upstairs, it seemed like they had an eerie visitor. The footage shows a transparent white shadow floating into the room, through the French doors and gliding across the couch. There is a little history to the Grade 2 listed house. It was once part of a former hospital. So could the apparition be one of its former patients? Take a look. The family certainly thinks so, and as yet, the misty figure that momentarily appears and then reappears cannot be explained. And as the room backs onto a quiet back garden, cars or streetlight reflection has been ruled out. However, it seems one of the dogs is aware of the presence, as the couple reported that, in the days before the sighting, one of the dogs was growling for no apparent reason. What do you think? Supernatural, or something much less sinister? Eerie footage in Honduras hospital. This next video emerged in 2016 and reportedly shows the ghost of a doctor roaming the corridors of the hospital he once worked in. It's thought the young medic took his own life there. Initially, the corridors look empty, but if you look closely, movement can be seen on the right of the screen, and a figure emerges from the doorway. Whoever shot the film starts moving backwards as the figure comes into view. The footage is thought to have been shot in a medical school in Honduras. Since the doctor's death, it's claimed he haunts the corridors and turns the lights on and off in rooms where patients are staying. Take a look. To me, the actions of the person filming make me skeptical, but let me know what you think. Now this is a creepy one, and if genuine, it backs up what many believe about life after death. The eerie video was captured by a security camera in a hospital in China. It shows a recently deceased lady lying on a hospital trolley in a quiet corridor. It's dark, and there doesn't appear to be any staff around. The body is covered with a white sheet, which stays still as the apparition appears to sit up, before floating away and disappearing. Many believe this is the lady's soul leaving her body. Take a look. If this footage is genuine, then it shows what has long been believed, that when you die, your soul lives on. What do you make of the footage? Sleep Study Ghost. Now there isn't a whole lot of information on this next one, and it looks quite old. What I did find out seems to confirm that it was videoed in a sleep laboratory under strict conditions. Now it is quite possible that it's just a piece of fluff or dust passing across the camera lens, but even so, to many it looks impressive, even if it's not verified as real. Take a look. I'm not sure what to make of it, but if anyone has any information on the footage, then I'd love to hear in the comments. This video is alleged to have been recorded by hospital staff at Corboda Children's Hospital in Argentina, who believe it's the ghost of a child who died there. The eerie footage shows a figure peeking out of a portable cot that is left in the corridor near to a disused children's ward. A nurse can be heard calling the child's name. Several nurses at the hospital are convinced the apparition is a former patient who died in room 500. But it's not just nurses who have witnessed the apparition. Parents visiting their sick children have also seen the child sat at the end of beds. Staff also claim they have placed balloons over the cot and witnessed them being burst by an unknown force. The ghost has been spotted at least 10 times by different members of staff. Take a look.
Estela, vení. Estela, dale, vení. Mira cómo se asoma. La parte de adelante sale más la cabeza. Ay. ¿Lo ves? Sí. Ahí está.
Some have claimed the footage is a setup, although it seems unlikely that nursing staff would have time to produce such a prank. So what could it be? A prank, an overactive imagination, or the child ghost from room 500? What do you think? Holiday Inn Horror. On May the 15th, 2013, at around 1:30 p.m, an unidentified maid at the Holiday Inn Express near San Jose, California, was making her rounds through the lower levels of the hotel, performing routine duties. That is until she discovered a woman's lifeless body in one of the rooms. She immediately called the police, stating the naked corpse appeared severely mutilated. Crime scene investigators arrived and identified the victim as 35-year-old Veronica Lozano. She had been stabbed nearly 40 times and suffered a gunshot wound to the head. News reporters quickly arrived as well, and one photographer saw copious amount of blood on the walls through his lens. While Lozano was in the hotel room, nobody knew, until law enforcement checked with the front desk and found the room in question was booked under the name Julio Pliego. Police tracked him to Mexico City, where he was arrested and eventually extradited back to the US, charged with homicide and the killing of Veronica Lozano. What makes the situation all the more creepier is none of the residents or hotel workers heard anything out of the ordinary. You would think such a brutal murder would include loud noises, and the gunfire would alert nearby guests. No one saw Julio enter the hotel with the body either, leaving us to wonder why the two ended up there in the first place. One thing's for certain, the still unidentified maid probably never expected to find such a monstrosity at an innocent little hotel highway, and I'd like to think never will again. Ballygally Castle Hotel. The Ballygally Castle Hotel was built in 1625 in Northern Ireland by Scotsman James Shaw. The castle was kept in the Shaw family until the end of the 18th century, when it was sold a few times between a variety of parties. By 1950, Ballygally Castle entered the hands of carpet tycoon Cyril Lord, who expanded the grounds with extra living quarters, which turned into a 3-star hotel by the turn of the millennium. Since then, however, the hotel has been a constant mainstay for ghost sightings and other haunted phenomena. Lady Shaw, the wife of founder James Shaw, died a brutal death in the first few years of the castle's existence, and her spirit is said to be one of the frequent disturbances, making appearances in the castle's ghost room, an infamous chamber for paranormal activity. The craziest stories came in 2003 when the hotel manager at the time, Olga Henry, did an interview for Jeff Belanger while writing his book, The World's Most Haunted Places. Henry stated that even though she grew up in Northern Ireland, she never knew about the Ballygally folktales. So when she first took the job, she shrugged off the never-ending worries from tourists. That is, until one of her guests went crazy. Henry said, "The guest was staying in one of the rooms in the tower, and he has little kids at home. In the middle of the night, he thought he was in his own house. He was laying face down in the bed and thought one of his children had put their hand on his back. He woke up and sort of realised where he was. and said he could hear a child running about the room and laughing. He then appeared at our reception area in just his boxer shorts and said, "Just get me out of that old part of the castle." Henry also remembered a time when she had set up a conference space called the Dungeon Room, located in the old castle, with tables and chairs and dining fixtures. After locking the door behind her, she went back to work, only to return a few hours later and find the room completely rearranged. Henry claims she's the only one with a key to the dungeon room, and the tables all had a dust covering on them. No explanation was ever found, and the Ballygalley continues to haunt guests and workers to this day. The Diplomat Hotel. Built in 1915 as a private school turned vacation home, the Diplomat Hotel is regarded as one of the most haunted locations in the Philippines, and one we talked about in our Most Haunted Places in the World series last October. Sitting atop Dominican Hill of Baguio City, the Diplomat has a long history with terror and misfortune. In the early 1940s, the structure was used to house Japanese refugees fleeing Japan during the height of World War II. That is until the Japanese invaded the Philippines and took over the Diplomat themselves, turning the shelter into a military base and operation of monstrosities. After the war, the Philippine government raised funds to rehabilitate the hotel to its former glory, and in 1947 the building reopened. 26 years later, renowned entrepreneur and psychic-based healer Tony Agpoa bought the Diplomat and restored the interior to accommodate both his patients and the general public to use as a resort. It was during his ownership that employees of the Diplomat witnessed eerie happenings. Many of the workers claimed to hear strange noises throughout the day, even in times when the hotel had barely any guests. On more than one occasion, maids would get glimpses of headless apparitions and shadowy figures. The creepy coincidence with such sightings deals with the hotel's history regarding the Japanese occupation during World War II. One of the many terrors enacted by Japanese soldiers was to capture nuns and priests still hiding throughout the Philippines and bring them back to the Diplomat base. There they would be tortured and decapitated. At the end of the war, American rescue missions bombarded the Diplomat to drive out the Japanese, who committed mass suicides around the hotel grounds to avoid capture. By the 1980s, Tony's health was declining, and he eventually passed away in 1987. The Diplomat then closed its doors to the public and entered a severe state of abandonment and decay. It's currently been renovated once again by the Philippine government, but who knows what's to become of such a haunted monument. Locals who live nearby still claim to hear loud crashes and devastating cries from within the hotel, and yet also hear periods of absolute silence, possibly a sign that some of the spirits of the Diplomat have yet to find peace. The Stanley Hotel. Best known as the inspiration for Stephen King's top-selling horror novel The Shining, the Stanley Hotel was built on Independence Day 1909 by Freeland Oscar Stanley, one of the twin brothers who founded the Stanley Steamer Company, and it's been terrifying guests, employees, and ghost hunters alike ever since. One room of infamy within the hotel is room 217. Current Stanley employees and tour guides tell guests the story of Chief Housekeeper Elizabeth Wilson, who in 1911, while maintaining the hotel's lanterns during a severe thunderstorm, was electrocuted and triggered a freak explosion in the room. While she survived the incident, many claim her spirit still looks over guests. In fact, this was the room renowned author Stephen King stayed in back in the 1970s. He stated that when he and his wife arrived at the Stanley, they left their suitcases packed while they went out exploring, only to come back to their belongings put away neatly without any current maid service underway. Because their stay was also close to the winter season, they were all by themselves, and yet both King and his wife could hear distant conversations and a grand piano playing music in the deserted ballroom. When King awoke one night from a terrible nightmare, he lit a cigarette, and the story of The Shining was born in his head before he finished it. While not one particular encounter, in recent years, staff of the Stanley Hotel claim they still hear music being played in corridors, and children's laughter on the 4th floor. It becomes quite the spot for paranormal investigators as well, and one has to wonder if the creepy characters and spirits of The Shining were willed into existence by Mr. King and the visitors hoping to spot something, or whether or not it really is one of the most haunted hotels in the world. What do you think, and have you ever been there? The Knickerbocker Melting Pot. Sitting at 714 Ivor Avenue in downtown Los Angeles is the infamous Knickerbocker Hotel, a once glamorous landing spot for Hollywood's biggest stars. Built in 1929, the Knickerbocker attracted A-listers such as Lana Turner, Jerry Lewis, Frank Sinatra, Marilyn Monroe, and Elvis Presley. Sadly, like many Golden Age era hotspots, the hotel fell into deterioration as it became rife with tragedy and death, and the neighbourhood outside was wrought with gang activity and drug addiction. One such instance of tragedy came in 1948 when retired filmmaker D.W. Griffith, known for the controversial movie Birth of a Nation, died of a stroke after falling unconscious right in the main lobby. Costume designer Irene Gibson jumped from the 14th floor to her death in 1962 after struggling with addiction, depression, and the death of former lover and actor Gary Cooper. On a supernatural spectrum, Harry Houdini's wife, Bess Houdini, conducted a 10th and final seance on the roof of the Knickerbocker after attempting to connect to the spiritual world for the last decade. These instances all led to the Knickerbocker's nickname, the Heartbreak Hotel, and eventually its decline. However, in 1970, a renovation project went underway to turn the residence into a senior citizens' living quarters, to which the old hotel is maintained as today. But with the history of tragedy the Knickerbocker withholds, many stories of haunted sightings have come about in recent years. Employees say an old bellhop named Roger still walks the hallways, and maids have described seeing Marilyn Monroe putting on makeup in front of the vanity mirror in a bathroom. Doors slam open and shut, cold spots are frequent, and creepiest of all, former actor Rudolph Valentino was always mentioned as a frequent guest back in the 30s, even though he died 4 years before the Knickerbocker even opened. Sadly, because it's no longer a hotel, we may never get a chance to spend a night inside the mysterious structure, but it's fascinating to think of the vast number of spirits still supposedly lurking there. Bodmin Jail Ghost. Bodmin Jail in Cornwall, England, has a long and varied history. It was built in 1779 and saw over 50 public hangings. It was also the first British prison to hold prisoners in individual cells. During World War I, the prison was used to hold some of Britain's national treasures, including the Domesday Book and the UK Crown Jewels. Today, much of it stands in ruins, although some parts have been renovated for tourists, with macabre exhibits telling the history of the inmates held there. It's also renowned for being haunted and attracts hundreds of paranormal researchers every year, in search of the ghosts that supposedly live there. So it was only a matter of time before something was caught on camera, and that was in November 2017, when a video was released by Tony Ferguson. Tony and his wife filmed in the jail when there was no other visitors around, and they believe they caught the apparition of William Hampton, the last man to be hung at the jail. Hampton was a convicted murderer who strangled his 24-year-old fiancée when she broke off their engagement. He was executed for his crime on July the 20th, 1909. Take a look at their footage. Tony claims the footage shows a white-faced figure dressed in black, and after asking staff to check CCTV to ensure no one else was in the building, he believes the apparition is the real deal. What do you think? Wentworth Woodhouse. This next footage was shot at Wentworth Woodhouse, boasting more than 300 rooms and dating back to 1725. Over the years, it's hosted many of the country's prime ministers and royalty, but after falling into disrepair, it's now open to visitors. And as you probably guessed, numerous hauntings in the building have been reported. Paranormal investigation team Soul Reaper visited the house and shot some video. After reviewing the footage, they realised a ghostly figure could be seen lingering in the corridor, before fading out and appearing to float through the wall. Take a look. One of the investigators also said a different camera picked up a deep growling sound when one of the members entered another room. People who have viewed the footage believe it resembles a child. However, skeptics believe the apparition was nothing more than a flicker or shadow on the camera lens. What's your thoughts? Ghost sighting in Canada. This next clip is a bit of a mystery. It was uploaded by a YouTuber who contacted me called Enlighten in August 2017, whose usual videos are a mix of spiritual traditions and religion. It claims to have been filmed in a house in Alberta, Canada, by a man who mentions it was his grandma's house, which is plagued by a poltergeist. Now, that's pretty much all we know about it so far, but take a look because it's very weird.
Holy unbelievable. How? Like, there's nobody in my house right now. Like, nobody. I can hear something in that room. Okay. That's weird. What is that? Somebody's in that room. Whoa, okay. Look at those goosebumps. I'm gonna go look. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Ooh, it's scary. There's like nobody in here. I knew I could hear stuff before, but I don't know. It's so weird. Like I could hear it. Ooh.
Very strange. If anyone has more information on it, or knows who the man is, then please let us know in the comments. What do you make of the footage? Barton Mansion ghost video. Now, this next video is one of the first viral ghost videos, but surprisingly, we have never featured it. Over the years, it's caused a lot of debate about its authenticity, and now is mostly forgotten about with the emergence of better quality equipment and clearer images. But after reviewing it, I still think it's pretty creepy. Here is a brief history of how it came about. In September 2001, a group of teenagers broke into a reported haunted house in Redlands, California. The name of the house was Barton Mansion. In the basement they discovered a weird configuration of stones surrounding a piece of meat. Intrigued by what else they might find, they revisited the next night to explore the rest of the house, this time armed with a camcorder. The video they shot is 20 minutes long, but we'll just show you the part where a shape resembles a body can be seen through the gap in a door. It's only very quick, but looks terrifying. Take a look. Since the video was released over 16 years ago, there have been a lot of stories circulating about the former owner of the house, Dr. Ben Barton. One rumour suggests he was driven insane after some of his family members mysteriously died, possibly as a result of him building the house in that location, to which the locals strongly warned him against doing so. Another rumour states Dr. Barton allegedly got involved with Freemasonry and satanic worship, and that bodies were found in the house after his death. The house itself also has some dark history. It's suggested that it was not only built on a Native American burial ground, but that the clay bricks from the burial ground were dug up and used to construct the building itself. As you can imagine, in terms of hauntings, if these rumours are to be believed, then Barton Mansion is as haunted as they come. Now, I can't find any real evidence to back any of this up, so it may have been exaggerated when the video was released. Korean Ghost. This next clip was sent to me by JK, and it's from a Korean TV series called Dangerous Invitation. Basically, it's a show where the directors travel to haunted places across South Korea to find evidence of the paranormal. They take along with them a traditional Korean exorcist who uses a neokdae, which is a stick that supposedly has spiritual energy and can trap spirits within. It also apparently prevents them from being possessed by ghosts. The stick has bells attached to it, so when a spirit is trapped, the bells supposedly make a sound, even though the stick is not moved. In this video, the main star of the show travels to a haunted house and looks through various items and a closet. Then a supposedly ghost voice is caught on EVP, saying "What are you doing?" in Korean. The exorcist claims that this is the ghost of a man who got drunk and committed suicide. Take a listen. Further into the video, a dark shadow can also be seen. This is apparently the ghost being trapped in the stick. It's definitely a little different from the usual ghost video. The Gurdon Light. The Gurdon Light is the name of a mysterious ball of light located near railway tracks off Interstate 30 in a wooded area of Gurdon, Arkansas. The light brings many curious spectators to the state each year, and although the railway tracks have now been partially covered or removed, the mystery continues. According to local legend, the light is a result of one of two ghosts haunting the area. In one story, it's believed that the light is from the lantern of an unidentified railway worker who was killed after falling into the path of an oncoming train. His head was separated from his body during the grisly accident and was never recovered, and as a result, his spirit continues to search for it, lantern in hand. The second story is based on real-life events. In 1931, railway foreman Will McLean was killed during a confrontation with one of his co-workers, a man named Louis McBride. What they argued about is unclear. Some versions of the story claim that they fought about the decrease in hours that McBride had been given due to the Great Depression. But most sources state the pair quarrelled because McLean believed that McBride had tampered with a section of the tracks, causing a freight train with 14 cars to derail. Although it's widely believed that McBride had been trying to derail a passenger train. During the fight, McLean was reportedly beaten to death. Blood trails led to where his body lay, in a swampy area of the woods. McBride soon confessed to the murder and was executed via electric chair in 1932. The Gurdon Light is believed to be from Will McLean's lantern as he wanders the area, unable to rest. The light is described as either white-blue or sometimes orangish in colour, and always sways back and forth, moving around the horizon. Although it was featured on Unsolved Mysteries in the 1990s, the programme never determined the cause of the glow. Some believe it's a result of the lights from the highway reflecting through the trees, but it has been documented since before the highway was built. The first person to see it was reportedly a conductor who watched the glow follow the train for a mile before disappearing into a nearby graveyard. Others have postulated that the stress on the quartz crystal under the Gurdon caused them to emit electricity and produce the light. Those who have witnessed the light have also reported seeing a bluish mist, voices, shuffling sounds, and feelings of dread. The exact cause of the eerie glow is yet to be definitively established.
The Devil's Footprints. Locals around Exe Estuary in South Devon were shocked one morning in February of 1855. At the time, the UK had been subjected to some of its coldest winters yet. Throughout the night and previous days, the townspeople had endured heavy snowfall, but this wasn't what surprised and concerned them. It was what happened in the snow overnight. Hoof-like tracks had been left in the snow and reportedly covered an area of between 40 and 100 miles. The prints were 4 inches in length, 5 inches across, and between 8 and 16 inches apart. But instead of moving like, say, a horse would, with the right leg going forward and then the left leg, these marks, which were believed to have been created by a bipedal creature, went in a single file. Reports of the prints came in from around 30 different locations, and most bizarrely of all, were found in locations such as on top of houses, frozen rivers, high walls, and on drainage pipes. Stranger still, the impressions were said to have gone clear through the snow to the ground, as if they had been branded into it. It wasn't long before fear gripped the locals, dubbed the tracks of Satan or the Devil's Footprints, due to their resemblance to a cloven hoof. Some people thought that the devil was wandering around at night, searching for sinners, and refused to leave their houses after dark as a result. There has been much speculation about the origins of the so-called Devil's Footprints. Some investigators believe it was a hoax, while another, author Geoffrey Household, claimed that they were the result of an experimental balloon, which had been mistakenly released. Apparently the balloon had had shackles attached to it, which had made the imprints, although it's curious that it never became stuck on trees or other objects. Supposedly, the balloon experiment was kept quiet because it had resulted in the damage of property. Another theory proposed by a reverend claimed it was possibly the result of a kangaroo, which had escaped from a private zoo. However, the reverend later admitted to making this story up as a way to distract his parishioners from the idea that the devil was walking among them. There is very little direct evidence concerning the Devil's Footprints. Most documentation comes from the findings of a collective of papers belonging to a local reverend in the 1850s. Skeptics admit that while some tracks can be explained by the likes of donkeys and ponies, others cannot. Curiously, in 2009, in North Devon, a woman found similar prints in her garden, reigniting the debate all over again. The ongoing mystery of the Devil's Footprints continues. The Bleeding House, Georgia. One of the most persistent mysteries in recent years is that of Georgia's Bleeding House. The home, at the corner of Fountain Drive and Morris Street in southwest Atlanta, had been rented by an elderly couple named Minnie and William Winston for over 2 decades. The couple had never once dealt with any supernatural experiences during their time there. That is until 1987. Late one night on September 8th, Minnie, 77 years old at the time, stepped out of her bath to find the floor of the room covered in speckles and droplets of blood. Alarmed and confused, she awoke her husband, 79-year-old William. Neither he nor Minnie bore any injuries, but the spots ranged from the size of a dime to the size of a silver dollar. The blood was found on the floor and lower walls throughout the home, in most of the rooms. It was also found in odd places, such as under the toaster and TV, and in barely accessible crawl spaces. It would be easy to dismiss this as the blood of an animal, but the elderly couple owned no pets, and there was no sign of rodent infestation in their rented accommodation. Local authorities were not immediately alarmed by the report they received from the couple the following morning, as William had a dialysis machine. However, the 79-year-old rejected the notion that he was responsible for all the blood found in the home. When their blood was tested, everyone was left stumped. It was not human, not animal, and was blood type O. The couple both had type A blood. There was no evidence in the house that a struggle had taken place or that a crime had been committed at all. The so-called Bleeding House prompted the elderly couple to be called and visited by curious townspeople at all hours of the day once the story broke. In recent years, the idea has been proposed that the couple were visited by an injured person or possibly even a thief, and perhaps they never heard anything due to their old age. However, this wouldn't account for why the blood ended up in most of the house and under objects around the home. Many suspect that the whole thing was a hoax. Reportedly, the couple did not get on with their adult children, leaving some to believe that either the couple did it for attention from their children, or the children did it for financial gain. A reporter who later conducted an interview with Minnie claimed that she said it must have simply been a mix of rust and water, despite the fact that the police had proved otherwise with their testing. To this day, the case of the bleeding house goes unsolved. No further incidents of oozing blood in the property have ever been reported. The Phantom Sniper. In November of 1927, Camden, New Jersey was haunted by what is now known as the Phantom Sniper, who would open fire at random and leave behind not a single trace of their existence, not even bullets. The first known instance of the Phantom Sniper was when several cars and buses had their windshields shattered by what was at first thought to be bullets. 5 vehicles in total were damaged. At first, the case seemed pretty straightforward. Someone had shot at the windscreens. However, upon closer inspection, the vehicles turned up no signs of bullet fragments or shell casings. Whatever had been used had simply disappeared. Luckily, during the chaos, no passengers were ever hurt by the bullets, although some suffered injuries from the broken glass. At some point during this initial investigation, a police officer was reportedly shot in the back and was left with massive bruising. Although he had been shot at twice, the first shot had missed him and dented the metal bridge he was walking along. According to some reports, the officer had been hit with a blue marble, which was recovered from the scene. Others, however, claim the marble was thought to belong to a copycat of the so-called Phantom Sniper. Attacks on vehicles in the area continued for the best part of a year, but no shooter was ever found, nor was there any evidence that he or she even existed. Witnesses never heard gunshots. Authorities often couldn't even locate good vantage points or determine where the shots had come from. The projectiles used to cause the damage were never discovered. At one point, it was believed that the sniper must have been using something such as a high-powered slingshot or airgun, but no such weapon was known to police at the time, and the damage often looked like it came from bullets. Meanwhile, other areas of New Jersey came under fire from similar attacks, but it's unknown if this was the work of the Phantom Sniper or another copycat. One story emerged from 2 women who had their bedroom window pierced and shattered at around 4:30 a.m. The victims claimed that a man ran from the scene with great speed, and that he was the same man they'd seen loitering outside of their building earlier that day. In this specific case, a .32 caliber bullet was found, but it couldn't be deduced from where it was fired, or even from what direction it came from. Once again, it's unknown if this was truly the work of the Phantom Sniper or not. The attack stopped suddenly in 1928 and never picked up again. The mystery of the Phantom Sniper remains unsolved. The Black Flash. Provincetown, Massachusetts became home to one of the most bizarre supernatural stories in the state's history in 1939, when a man-like creature dubbed the Black Flash began to terrorize the town's residents. The first report of the Black Flash came in October of that year, when a group of school children claimed that while walking home from school, an odd-looking creature jumped out from behind the dunes. They described it as 7 feet tall, fast, and dressed in black, and claimed that its laugh followed them all the way home. It also emanated a strange buzzing sound, resembling that of a bee or fly. Then, later that month, a woman named Maria Costa also ran into the strange entity. She had been walking past the town hall when it jumped out at her from behind the bushes. Mary described the Black Flash much like the boys did, but added that it had glowing blue eyes and silver ears, and noted that it could jump impossibly high. She ducked into a nearby coffee shop and relayed her story to some of the men there, who set out to track the creature down. However, they couldn't find it. At first, the local police department strongly believed that the black flash was simply a hoax being pulled by some bored young boys. But as reports concerning the creature continued to flood in and the townspeople grew more concerned, they began to have their doubts. Strangely, while reports were coming in from different parts of the town, several of these incidents were taking place at the same time. Soon the Black Flash became a well-known name in the town. It was also dubbed the Bolt, the Provincetown Phantom, and the Devil of the Dunes. As time went on, the stories about the creature grew bolder. Now it was no longer simply scaring the locals, but was instead starting to attack them. One teenager claimed that the creature could spew blue flames. According to one story, several men had managed to corner it, but it managed to leap the 10-foot fence and bullets did not pierce it. One man claimed that he shot it, point blank with a shotgun, but it simply laughed in his face. The creature had become a symbol of terror in the town and was later blamed for a string of fires, which caused $250,000 in property damage. The last reported sighting of the Black Flash was from a group of children who spotted it coming towards them in the fog. They ran home, locked the door, and were terrified when they heard it attempting to get into the house. One of the children had the idea to throw hot water on it, so they boiled the kettle, ran up the stairs, and poured the boiling water onto the creature from the second story of the house. Subsequently, the creature retreated and was never seen again. There have been many theories about what exactly the Black Flash was. Some have wondered if it was an athlete, while others, at the time, claimed that it was a gay man. Since it was the 1930s, alternative lifestyles were less widely accepted in the Western world than they are now. Many believe the creature must have been the result of a hoax. In the modern era, the Black Flash has been compared to Britain's own Spring-Heeled Jack, who wore a black cloak, had a silver face and red eyes, and who was capable of breathing blue flames and making high jumps. The Black Flash never returned to Provincetown, and essentially fell off the map after its escape from the children who threw boiling water on it. Whether it was a hoax, hysteria, or something more sinister, the legacy of the Black Flash is a chilling one nonetheless. Burg Altz, Germany. Burg Altz in Germany is the embodiment of what a mysterious German castle should look like. The medieval castle is nestled in the hills above the Moselle River, between Koblenz and Trier in Germany. It is still owned by descendants of the Altz family who have lived there since the 12th century, and along with two other castles, is one of the only castles on the left bank of the Rhine that hasn't been destroyed by battle. Burg Altz looks haunted, and according to legend, it is, by the ghost of Agnes Altz and her husband-to-be. Agnes was the only daughter of Count Altz who lived in the castle in the 1400s. Agnes was a bit of a tomboy, preferring to act and play as her brothers did, rather than dressing in women's clothes and sipping tea, as was expected of the daughter of a count. Agnes was very strong-minded and fearless, and was horrified when she was promised in marriage at a very young age to the Knight of Braunsberg. This was very normal at the time, mostly to strengthen the family and political relationships. Agnes eventually met the man she was betrothed to, but instantly took a strong dislike to him. She felt he was dull, quiet and distant, and most of the time she chose to ignore him. As the time got closer to the wedding day, Braunsberg and his family were invited to a large festival at the castle, in preparation for the upcoming marriage. During the festivities, Agnes completely ignored Braunsberg until he could no longer contain his anger. He grabbed her and dragged her to the dance floor, squeezing her tightly and kissing her. Agnes responded with a quick and stinging smack across his face. He was so angry he took off his gloves, threw them at the feet of the Altz family, and stormed out of the castle. Due to the disrespect Agnes had shown, the Altz family waited for retaliation from Braunsberg and his family. They waited for weeks, but nothing happened. After a few months, the family relaxed and thought all was safe. And because they thought the danger was over, the men in the family went out for a 3-day hunting trip, leaving the women and children behind. The first night they were gone, the alarm sounded, and the castle was under siege. Knights under the command of Braunsberg attacked the castle, killing the guardsmen as they came over the wall. Agnes was not going to sit still while her family's home was attacked, so she dressed in her brother's armour and went out to fight. She came across Braunsberg himself, entering the castle, and she attacked him with all her might. Not knowing it was Agnes, Braunsberg fought back, striking Agnes in the chest. She collapsed and died instantly. After the battle, Braunsberg lifted the visor of the armour and was horrified to find Agnes dead. He fled from the castle and was never seen again. Ever since, the sorrowful spirit of Agnes is said to still linger around the castle, especially in the bedroom where the perforated 15th century breastplate Agnes wore when she was killed hangs. Her spirit can be heard wandering the halls, opening and closing doors, and moving objects throughout the castle, and at night you can hear whispers and giggling, as if a child is playing in the halls. Outside the castle, visions of a knight have been witnessed, often late at night, riding his horse back and forth in front of the gates of the castle. Some believe this is Braunsberg waiting for Agnes, as he never forgave himself for her death. Even today, staff at the castle often arrive in the morning to open up, and find the large wooden locked doors throughout the castle are all open and unlocked, as if someone was wandering through the castle at night. They also say that many times after they leave at night, they come back in the morning to find items moved, including the very heavy cannons that are on display throughout the castle. So although the castle is beautifully preserved and decorated, it has an eerie and dark past that makes it one of the creepiest places in Germany. If it looks familiar, then that's because from 1965 to 1992, an engraving of Alt's castle was used on the German 500 Deutschmark note. The castle has also been used as a backdrop to various films and adverts, and most recently was the inspiration for the castle featured on the Himmelsdorf map and its winter derivative of the MMO World of Tanks. Corvin Castle. Corvin Castle is a Gothic Renaissance castle in Hunedoara, Romania. It is one of the largest castles in Europe and features on the list of the 7 Wonders of Romania. Corvin Castle was allegedly the place where Vlad the Impaler was held prisoner by Hungary's military leader, John Hunyadi. Because of these links, Corvin Castle is mistakenly mentioned as a source of inspiration for Castle Dracula in Bram Stoker's 1897 horror novel Dracula. However, Stoker's handwritten research notes confirm that he imagined Castle Dracula to be situated on an empty top in the Transylvanian mountains, not Corvin Castle. Despite there being no link to Dracula, the castle still has its own stories. In the castle yard, near the 15th century chapel, there is a well that is 30 meters deep. According to the legend, the well was dug by 3 Turkish prisoners to whom liberty was promised if they reached the water. After 15 long years, they completed the task, but their captors did not keep their promise. It is said that the inscription on a wall of the well means you have water, but not soul. It is believed the prisoners cursed the castle forever because of the injustice. To this day, many ghosts inundate the castle, and it's plagued by ghostly silhouettes that appear in photographs and violent poltergeist activity. This is usually blamed on the tormented souls that perished within the castle walls. There is also a story that a group of tourists bribed castle guards to remain in the castle overnight. However, when the guards went to open the castle the next day and secretly let out the overnight guests, they appeared bruised, beaten, and obviously shaken. It was said they were hunted and haunted by an angry ghost that had tormented them with noises, beatings, and terrifying premonitions during their stay. Another slightly less violent ghost is the ghost monk that haunts the Capistrano Tower. It is rumoured the monk met his death and his eternal haunting place after he was caught spying on a nobleman in the council room. He was punished by death, but not by normal execution. Instead, he was bricked up in the walls, where he was captured spying and left to slowly die of starvation and thirst. Many claim to see this ghostly figure, listening and spying on them. It's also common for people to feel as if they are being watched in this part of the castle. The castle is also the place of many ghost hunts, and in October 2001, Corvin Castle was featured in an episode of Fox Family Channel's Scariest Places on Earth, where a family was sent in overnight alone with cameras. It has also played host to the British paranormal television programme Most Haunted Live, and in 2013, Ghost Adventures filmed an episode of the castle as part of their Halloween special. The castle has also been featured in various video games and films. Most recently in 2018, when the castle was used in the horror movie The Nun. Moosham Castle. One of the most haunted castles in the world is Moosham Castle, a medieval castle in Salzburg, Austria. The castle dates back to the 13th century and was the site of numerous wars and conflicts, as well as gruesome witch trials and werewolf hunts. It is estimated that as many as 45 battles were fought in and around the castle, soaking the surrounding ground in blood and death. During the 17th century, witch hunting and trials became a massive part of everyday lives in Europe and the US, and mass hysteria caused by people's irrational fear of witches living amongst them swept through the world, and at the time, the castle took centre stage. The castle was the scene of Austria's largest and most infamous witch trials, which took place between 1675 and 1690. 130 men and 26 women were accused and condemned of witchcraft. Most of them were beggars and homeless. They were a part of mass hysteria, engrossed by fear of disease and plague, spread by famine and post-war hygiene, and they had nobody that could vouch for their characters and whereabouts. Those who survived the trials were branded and had their hands cut off. They were burnt with iron brandings, marking them as criminals for their entire lives. Moosham Castle also has a grim history with werewolves. In the 1800s, many deer and cattle were found dead around the castle. Suspected people were rounded up and taken to the castle, and some of the residents of the castle were tortured and killed for being a werewolf. With such a devastating history, it's not a surprise that some of the tragedy lingers in the form of a spirit. The current owner of the castle claims that most of the activity comes from the room of Tony, the man who back in the day was responsible for imprisoning and torturing people during the witch trials. His spirit is very active, and many visitors feel his dark presence around them. Various voices have been recorded during EVP sessions in the area. Some have even felt someone breathing on them. Others have felt hands, heard banging sounds, footsteps, and doors opening suddenly on their own. The Witch's Castle has been featured on many TV shows as well, including Ghost Hunters International, when the team claims to have heard Tony speak in his room. When they tried to interact with him, they heard banging noises and footsteps from the empty corridors, and other team members felt a breath or a touch on their body more than once. Vorgård Castle, Denmark. Vorgård Castle, or Vorgård Slot in Danish, is a moated Renaissance manor house located in northwestern Denmark. It's as notable for its art collection as it is for its ghost stories. It houses works by Goya, Rubens and Raphael, as well as furnitures belonging to both Louis XIV and Louis XVI. Vorgård is an incredibly beautiful building, although for many years the castle has the reputation of being the most haunted building in Denmark, and the person responsible for the hauntings is Ingeborg Skeel. Skeel was a Danish noblewoman, landowner and country sheriff in the region, and she lived in the castle between 1588 and 1591. Despite being a talented businesswoman, Skeel also had a reputation for greed and cruelty. In addition to this, it was rumoured that she was a witch in a pact with the devil. The stories about her evil misdoings are many. She is said to have drowned the castle's architect Philip Brandon in the moat surrounding the castle, to prevent him from ever building another building like Vorgård. Skeel was also known as being particularly cruel to those who challenged her authority, although she is also known to have donated a lot of money to poor houses, hospitals and a school. It is thought that Skeel was remorseful for her acts of cruelty, and after her death in 1604, her tormented soul could not find peace in the grave, and her spirit returned to her former home. There are countless reports of mysterious happenings and sightings of a white lady making her way around the castle at night. It got so bad shortly after she died that a priest was called in to perform an exorcism and lay her spirit to rest in a nearby marsh. However, it seemed this wasn't successful. But it's not just skill that makes this place creepy. The cramped dungeons beneath the building are incredibly eerie, and the air is thick with the past horror and torment that Skeel instilled into her victims. Voigard's most infamous dungeon is known as Rose Donton and is situated in the oldest part of the castle. The size of the room means that an adult man can neither stand up straight nor lie stretched out, and there is no light or air holes. Then there is the bloodstain, which cannot be washed off, situated in the northeastern tower room. The stain, which is said to be the blood of someone killed there. The stain was largely forgotten about until the room was renovated in 1997, when it reappeared after many years of varnish was sanded off, and no matter how much the floor is sanded, the stain always reappears again after a few days. Another strange anomaly at the castle is the skin of a wild boar that is on display in a case within the castle. Legend has it that as the wild boar was brought down on the border, a minor feud ensued, resulting in a sharing of the animal. Voiger got the skin, but according to legend, the wild boar skin must never be removed from Voiger Slot, or the entire castle will come crashing down to the ground. So far, no one has removed it to find out if the legend is true. Dudley Castle, West Midlands. In the UK, if a ghost is caught on camera, it is likely to have been captured at Dudley Castle in the West Midlands. Dudley Castle is a ruined fortification believed to have been built soon after the Norman conquest. It was recorded in the Domesday Book in 1086. Originally, it was a wooden moat and bailey castle, but was built as a stone fortification during the 12th century, although was later demolished on the orders of King Henry II. The castle was rebuilt in the second half of the 13th century, and a range of buildings were added by John Dudley, that were later slighted by order of Parliament during the English Civil War, and finally destroyed by fire in 1750. Today the ruins of the castle incorporate Dudley Zoo, which is located in its grounds. The history of the castle is bloody and varied, and it's not surprising that a variety of former residents still haunt what is left of the building. It is reputed to be one of the most haunted places in Britain, if not the world. There are many ghost stories associated with the castle, in particular a menacing spirit thought to be one of its former residents and most feared lords, John Summery, who died in the castle in 1321. John was the last of the male line of Summery and makes his presence felt by scaring visitors, either touching them with unseen hands or making people feel generally uncomfortable. Unrelated to John, people have also reported hearing a cat meowing up on the keep, from where it is believed a local witch and her cat were thrown to their deaths below. There has even been poltergeist activity experienced at the castle. Many have heard drumming noises coming from the castle keep, which is thought to be associated with a young drummer boy killed by a single bullet during the Civil War. But perhaps the most famous ghost of Dudley Castle is that of the Grey Lady, who is often seen by staff and visitors alike, walking the grounds of the castle. Her name is apparently Dorothy. Dorothy was married to second in command of the royalist that occupied Dudley Castle. Together they had a son, but sadly he died shortly after birth. Dorothy went insane with grief and convinced herself that she had left the baby somewhere in the castle grounds, and all she had to do was to find that spot and she would be reunited with her child. Dorothy passed away about a year after her son, and her dying wish was that she be buried next to her baby, and for her husband to be allowed to attend the funeral. Her wish was not granted, as the castle was under siege by the parliamentarians, and they had torn down the church where Dorothy's child was laid to rest. Her husband was also not allowed to attend her funeral for fear of assassination. Since her death, it is said she haunts the castle and the grounds in the form of a Grey Lady, and she is often said to appear as though searching or pointing in the direction of the church where her child is buried. One of the most well-known sightings of her was encountered when a tour guide paid an actress to portray the Grey Lady during a ghost tour. Before the tour had started, the actress was told her cue. During the tour as requested, the actress walked down the steps. However, the confused tourists soon pointed out to the tour guide that there were actually two ladies walking down the steps. But perhaps the most convincing sighting and photograph of the Grey Lady was captured on August 20th, 2014 by a Birmingham couple who were visiting the castle with their children. After their visit, they looked through the photos they had taken on their phone and noticed a glow as though a light was on the top window level. After zooming in, they noticed on the bottom, inside an arc, there was a lady and what appears to be a girl as well. The creepy fire face. This first one is unusual, but we found it pretty creepy. It was sent in by Nathan, who lives in Grove City, Ohio. Before we show you it, here is a bit of background to the story. For years, Nathan has been convinced that the house he lives in is haunted. The house was built in 1955, specifically for returning veterans of the Korean War. The first and original owners were Woody and Norma. Woody was a Korean War veteran and died at some point in the house. Nothing tragic, just died in his sleep. After his death, Norma decided to sell the house. Nathan and his young family bought the house in 2015 and have had very strange things happen there. They often see shadows walking across doorways and in the hall, as well as hearing someone or something walking up the stairs, to the point that they can hear individual footsteps. On one occasion, Nathan was taking a shower when he heard his son say, "Hey Daddy, clear as day on the other side of the shower curtain. He answered back, but got no reply. When he opened the curtain, no one was there, so he went into the bedroom and found his son and wife fast asleep together. His wife later confirmed their son hadn't gone into the bathroom. What was even stranger is that Nathan is also a combat vet, and he has permanent hearing loss as a result of his service. However, he heard his son's voice as clear as day, even though he wasn't there. The family have always believed there is something spooky going on in their house, so when Nathan's son took a photo of a fire they had burning in the side yard, they were horrified to see the image within it. Take a look. This picture is real, and Nathan assures us it has not been tampered with in any way, but you can clearly see a creepy looking face in the flames. Nathan has told us his family are one of the original families that settled and founded Grove City, Ohio, and he's had strange stuff happening to him his whole life. But this has increased since moving into this house. In the 1800s, his family helped bury the dead, but if the ground was too frozen, they would store the corpses in tombs and bury them in the springtime. Could all this activity be linked to his family's past? Or is this a case of pareidolia? What do you think? Alex live cam apparition. This one isn't exactly a personal experience, but it was something that Alex spotted on a live cam. Alex lives in Duluth, a port city in the US state of Minnesota, home to the Duluth Ship Canal, where this next creepy apparition was captured. Duluth Ship Canal is an artificial canal cut through Minnesota Point, providing direct access to Duluth Harbor from Lake Superior. And as some of you may know, Lake Superior is regarded as one of the most haunted bodies of water, not only in Minnesota, but in the whole of the US. There have been countless tales of ghost ships, lost souls, and mystery shipwrecks, as well as unknown creatures lurking in its depths. For this reason, many people view the live cams that dot around the area to see if they can spot anything unusual. Well, Alex did just that, and in the early hours of August 20th, 2020, a live cam from Duluth Harbor picked up a ghostly translucent figure walking across the grass. Here is the footage. As the ship was arriving into the harbour, if you look in front of the tugboat in the left bottom corner, you can clearly see something walk across the lawn. Take a look. It's worth pointing out that the camera streams only in 720p, so it could be a glitch, although we have to admit it looks very much like a person with fairly distinguishable steps. Alex has watched plenty of ships pass through the canal, but has never seen anything like this before. So could it be the ghost of a lost sailor returning to shore, or can it be explained by light reflection or a beam from the passing ship? What do you think? Unexplained baby monitor anomaly. Nanny cams are increasingly picking up weird unexplained anomalies as they monitor babies sleeping. And Faye, one of our viewers, noticed something strange on her daughter's monitor that freaked her out. Faye lives in Saskatoon, Canada. The house she lives in with her family is a new house and has no particular history. But one evening she noticed her husband watching the baby monitor, and she asked him what he was looking at. When she took a look, she was freaked out at what she saw and grabbed her phone and started recording. Take a look at this.
These guys always send me a menu if I don't want it. Yeah, it's trippy though, hey?
I don't know what that is.
I know it is weird.
Now, we have seen this type of thing before. They appear to be non-threatening, and some believe they are the hands of a past relative soothing the baby. Others put the occurrences down to insects or passing cars, although Faye told us that the room has blackout blinds, so she is not sure how this could happen. What do you make of it? A house full of activity. Now, this next one has no photographs or footage, although we think the description and experience is creepy enough without them. Also, we know the area, and parts of it do have an eerie vibe. It's quite long, but it's an extraordinary example of a house full of unexplained occurrences and creepy energy. Shannon and her partner Andy started renting a property in a town called Stroud in the country of Gloucestershire, UK. They were both thrilled as the property was perfect for them and their 2 cats. It was a gorgeous 16th century cottage on the outskirts of the town. The cottage was a former hop mill that had been turned into a residential property in the mid-1800s. As soon as they went inside, they fell in love with the place, although Shannon did notice the atmosphere in one of the upstairs bedrooms and the front room downstairs felt a bit heavy. The day they moved in, their landlord met them and talked them through the workings of the house. He also mentioned that the staircase was not original and had been taken from a theatre in Oxfordshire and installed in the house. The relevance of this will become apparent later. After moving in, they decided to use the back bedroom as their main one. Incidentally, this was the room Shannon felt a strange atmosphere. That first night, as they lay in bed chatting, Shannon felt the atmosphere change and get heavy and dark. Then she started to see small silver and blue lights appear in the air. They were about the size of a 5p coin and appeared to glide slowly through the air, leaving a glowing aftertrail behind them. Shannon was surprised that Andy could see them as well. The bedroom was facing away from the road, so they didn't think it could be car headlights, as they moved erratically in arcs. The phenomenon lasted about 10 minutes before slowly fading, and the atmosphere lifted. From that day, the couple started to experience strange things happening around the house. One of the most common was to hear footsteps walk up and down the stairs and landing. This scared Shannon very much when she first heard it, as she was alone at the time, and it was loud enough for her to think it was a burglar. So much so, she hid in the back room and called Andy. But when he came home and checked, no one was there. Another common occurrence was that objects and ornaments moved around. They would find heavy ornaments carefully placed on the floor, and also in the hallway, a whole room away from where they had been originally. They would also randomly find large pine cones placed on the stairs and on the sofa, even though they were not near any pine trees, and didn't have any pine cones as ornaments in the house. The couple got used to the strange occurrences, although Shannon did feel uncomfortable when she was in the house on her own, especially in the front room, which was a long-panelled reception room with a big fireplace. The fireplace had a heavy iron grate, that they would find moved across the room seemingly by itself. In this room, it always felt like someone was standing in the corner watching them. A year went by with these strange things happening that mostly unconcerned them until the activity seemed to get more intense. One of the first things to happen was that the basement door started opening by itself. This was strange as it had a knob that you had to physically turn to open and then pull it hard. It would also jam quite easily, and sometimes they would have to get a knife to unjam it. They would come down in the morning and the door would be wide open, sometimes with the basement light on as well. Then the electrics started to go haywire. Andy had a computer tower in the bedroom with a large push-down button that you had to hold down to turn on. It made a very loud and characteristic whoosh sound when it started up, but it started to turn itself on quite often, most notably at 5 AM in the morning when they were both asleep. It's worth pointing out that once they moved out of the house, that same computer has never done anything like it since. But it wasn't just the computer. The TV and the light also turned on by itself, and often the bedroom window would fling open in the middle of the night. One of the scariest things that ever happened to them was when they started to hear voices around the house, and if either of them used the toilet on the landing, they would sometimes hear what they can only describe as a deep male mumbling outside of the door. Andy also experienced someone tapping on the door, and Shannon frequently heard her name being called from different parts of the house by a female voice. Shannon decided to make an Ouija board from paper and tried to contact the spirit to see what it wanted. Nothing happened, except that she felt very uncomfortable afterwards, so much so that she threw the Ouija board in the rubbish bin outside. 2 days later, the Ouija paper reappeared on the coffee table, seemingly unmarked. This scared her so much that she decided to burn it. Around this time, Shannon asked her dad to come over for lunch, and he brought his dog, a lovely big Akita, who was a very gentle dog and rarely growled or got aggressive. However, the dog was incredibly reluctant to come through the front door, and when he did, they could not move him from a spot just below the staircase. He stood rigid, all of his fur on end and his ears back, and just growling up the stairs for 20 minutes before yelping and running into the front room. These are just a few of the strange things that happened whilst they lived in the house. Others include Andy having sleep paralysis for the first time ever and screaming after seeing a white figure approaching slowly up the bed. Shannon seeing a lady in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform in a dream walking into the bedroom and smiling at her. An ornament flying gently off a unit while they watched and landing gently on the floor. During the last days of living in the house, 2 strange things happened. They were both in bed reading. On the back of the bedroom door was a hook, and on the hook hung a relatively large slate heart. Suddenly the heavy heart swung upwards in the air, as if someone was holding it, and then slammed back down so hard into the door that it made the frame shake. They both leapt up and checked the landing outside the bedroom. It was freezing cold and had an extremely unfriendly feel, but there was nothing there. Then on their very last day, they had help moving out from Andy's parents. Shannon had hung up the original pictures back on the wall in the front room, and they were all very secure. Shortly before they were due to leave, Andy and his mum had an altercation with a neighbour over parking, so things were a bit heated, when suddenly there was a huge crack from the front room. When they rushed to look, all the pictures that Shannon had carefully hung were all over the floor. The string was intact, as were the hooks they had been on. The family made a hasty retreat and never returned. It's worth mentioning that since the couple moved out of the house, it has been let out several times, but no one stays there longer than a few months. The face in the window. This one was sent in by Maria, who has lived in Scotland for nearly 8 years. As many of you know, Scotland is a country full of history and legends, and is also the location of many of the world's most iconic castles. Maria has always been fascinated by castles and their often bloody history, and on the 30th of September 2019, Maria, her partner and a friend visited Dumbarton Castle. Dumbarton Castle has the longest recorded history of any castle in Scotland, and sits high on a plug of volcanic basalt known as Dumbarton Rock. Records date back to the 5th century, However, it's probably best known as the place Mary Queen of Scots was brought to as a 5-year-old child in 1548 to keep her safe after the English victory at Pinkie. The young queen stayed at the castle for 6 months and almost died from smallpox she contracted during her stay. After Mary's reign, Dumbarton Castle became a garrison fortress, a military fort rather than a royal castle, and went on to serve as a state prison. In 1790, the building known as the French prison was built and used to hold prisoners seized during the Napoleonic Wars. Today, there is not much left of the castle itself, but it has some buildings that are still in good condition, and one of those buildings is the French prison. This is the place Maria took a photograph that appears to show a creepy looking face in the window. Even before Maria took the photograph, she spotted the face looking out of the second floor window, and quickly took a photo on her phone. It's worth pointing out the building was locked for safety reasons, so no one was in there at the time. Maria did call her friends over to see if they could see anything, but they could not see it. It wasn't until Maria zoomed in on the photo that she saw it. After showing her partner and her friend, they both agreed they could now see a face, although some others she had shown have differing opinions on what the image is, with some seeing someone wearing a helmet, while others like Maria see a child. What do you see? Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee is the home of our first patron, Lisa Love, and here we look at the ghost of Tennessee State Prison. Tennessee State Prison is a former correctional facility located near downtown Nashville, Tennessee. It opened in 1898 and closed in 1992 due to overcrowding concerns. The prison was built to replace the old Tennessee State Penitentiary, and it was a fortress-like structure built to instill fear in people. It contained 800 small cells, each designed to house a single inmate, and originally the wings were segregated according to colour. The strict regime for prisoners was modelled on Auburn Penitentiary in New York, where inmates were expected to march, wear striped prisoner uniform, and endure nighttime solitary confinement. During the day, they would work under strictly enforced silence, and under no circumstances could they communicate with another inmate. Letters and calls from family and friends were also restricted. The overcrowding made living conditions difficult, and at one time, over 4,000 prisoners were housed in a prison only designed to hold 800. The conditions resulted in a lot of unhappy prisoners and unrest, and in 1902, 17 prisoners blew out the end of one wing, killing one inmate and allowing 2 others to escape, never to be recaptured. Later, a group of inmates seized control of the segregated white wing and held it for 18 hours before surrendering. Riots and unrest continued until the prison's closure in 1992. The prison also housed an electric chair, so the site has seen its fair share of violence and death. And perhaps its most infamous inmate was James Earl Ray, the man who assassinated Martin Luther King in 1968. So when this place was open, it was scary enough, but since its closure, the scariness has ramped up in a different form, and the now abandoned Tennessee State Prison is believed to be the single most haunted place in Nashville. It is said the walls emanate with the sounds of screams of the wretched prisoners that were executed there. People have also heard what they believe to be cell bars clunking, as the ghosts of former prisoners, unable to rest in peace, revisit the site of their former cramped living conditions. Visitors swear they have heard disembodied footsteps echoing throughout the halls, and the whole place has an air of eeriness. Today the place is a haven for paranormal investigators and urban explorers, some who have managed to enter illegally, whereas others have had permission to film there and have captured some impressive footage. It's one creepy place, and if it looks familiar it is, because it's been the location for many films, including The Green Mile and Walk the Line, as well as other TV projects and video games. The building was severely damaged by EF3 tornado in March 2020. Slidell, Louisiana. There are so many ghosts and mysteries in Louisiana, many that we have covered already in videos. So for Julie Baggett, who lives in Slidell, we thought we would look at a lesser known story. The story of Toni Jo Henry. Toni Jo Henry was the only woman ever to be executed in Louisiana's electric chair. She was born in Shreveport, Louisiana on January 3, 1916, and her real name was Annie McQueeston. She had a tough childhood after her mother died when she was 6, and as she grew up, she drifted into prostitution and cocaine addiction, and changed her name to Toni Jo Hurd. In 1939, she married Claude Cowboy Henry, but no sooner had the couple returned from their honeymoon, Claude was arrested and convicted for the murder of former San Antonio police officer Arthur Sinclair, an offence he carried out before he knew Toni. In January 1940, Claude was sentenced to 50 years imprisonment in Texas State Penitentiary. After his incarceration, Toni began making plans to break her husband out of prison. She recruited an accomplice, an ex-con and army deserter named Harold Archie Burks, who claimed to know the layout of the penitentiary. The pair devised a plan to rob a bank to fund the breakout, and they also persuaded 2 teenagers to break into a gun store and steal guns and ammunition for them to use. Joseph P. Calloway was delivering a car to a friend when he picked up Toni Jo and Archie Burks, who were hitchhiking, but as they drove past Jennings in Louisiana, the pair hijacked Calloway at gunpoint. They locked him in the trunk of his car and drove down a country road. There, Toni told him to strip his clothes as she wanted them for Claude. She then shot Calloway twice in the head, killing him instantly before driving off in his car. When they reached Arkansas, Archie Burks abandoned Toni, fearing what she might do next, leaving her stranded without a car. Eventually she caught a bus back to Louisiana, where she told her aunt what she had done. Toni was soon arrested and confessed to the murder and disclosed the location of the body. Because she was a good-looking woman, her trial at Calcasieu Courthouse gained much press coverage. But Toni and Burks were sentenced to death by electric chair, and despite Toni's appeals, her execution was carried out on November 28, 1942, in the basement of Calcasieu Parish Courthouse. 4 days prior to her execution, Claude Henry escaped from prison to see his wife one last time, but was soon recaptured. The irony was that soon afterwards he was paroled due to ill health, so the breakout bid was not necessary. Perhaps that is why it is said Toni's soul has never rested and is said to haunt the courthouse, the place of her trial and execution. Over the years, there have been numerous reports of sudden electrical malfunctions in the building, as well as the smell of hair burning blended with the fragrance of cheap perfume. The creepy activity isn't limited to lights flickering though. People have also complained of feeling that someone is watching them, and have heard the screams of a woman above the staircase. Today the courthouse is a favourite with ghost hunters and paranormal experts. Toni Jo's story has spawned a number of books, films and TV programs, probably the most well-known being the film The Pardon, starring Jamie King. Denver, Colorado. This one's for you, Sean Tremblay. Sean lives in Denver, Colorado, and has the legend of the Hatchet Lady of Red Rocks on his doorstep. Just a half-hour west of Denver, in Morrison, lies Red Rocks Park, an amphitheatre. The amphitheatre is built into the surrounding rocks. The venue is best known for concerts, and the Beatles, U2, and the Grateful Dead are just a few of the hundreds that have graced the stage there. And for many years, people have flocked to the area to witness not only the concerts, but the beauty of the area. However, many who visit are blissfully unaware of the legend of the Hatchet Lady of Red Rocks. The Hatchet Lady's spirit is said to haunt the area, and her headless apparition often appears in front of young couples trying to find privacy amongst the rocks. Apparently in life, she was a local woman known as Old Mrs. Morris, who would pull a coat over her head and swing a hatchet to scare away her daughters. When Mrs. Johnson died, she was buried in the old graveyard located off one of the Red Rock trails, and ghost hunters have been known to stay all night in her graveyard to try and spot her. Others believe the Hatchet Lady was a homeless woman living in the area in the 1950s who lived in a cave, which has been fenced off to prevent people from exploring it. This version of the story says the woman wards off people, particularly children, that come too close to the cave. Supposedly she was upset when planning and building of the area for the stage was started, and some say she even interfered with the construction. The Hatchet Woman is not the only ghost that haunts the area. The ghost of a former miner is believed to haunt backstage areas of the stadium, and many people working backstage, as well as concert goers, have witnessed the rather unpleasant man. He is said to be around 5 feet 5 inches tall, with a long white beard, wearing a brown hat and carrying a bottle in his hand. He is mostly seen in the restricted areas of the stage. Not much is known about why he haunts the area, but he has been witnessed on numerous occasions. There have also been ghostly sightings in the area of native Indian spirits dressed in traditional attire, doing ceremonial dances. Another place reputed to be haunted is the Red Rocks Trading Post, a gift shop for tourists exploring the Rocky Mountain area. Originally it was called the Indian Trading Post, and since it opened in 1931, employees who have worked there are convinced it's haunted. So much so that the Denver Channel did a 2-part story on the building in 2009, in which employees relayed their experiences with the paranormal. Have you ever visited the area, Sean? And if so, we'd love to hear your experiences there. This one is for you, Jake Wisdom. The creepy tales of the Gnat in your hometown of Amarillo, Texas. In July 1922, the Amarillo Natatorium Company opened an enclosed open-air swimming pool, giving the people of Amarillo a place to escape the sometimes harsh Texas heat. The structure boasted the latest in pool technology and became known locally as the Gnat. In 1926, the pool building was turned into a dance palace and began to cater for the flappers of the Roaring Twenties. In the 1930s, a castle-like facade was added to the building and it was renamed the Nat Dine and Dance Palace, and had one of the finest dance floors in the Southwest. Artists such as Tommy Dorsey, Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington were among the greats that entertained the guests. Then in the 60s, with the advent of rock and roll, the likes of Little Richard, Roy Orbison and Buddy Holly also performed there. In recent years, the place has been renovated into an antique mall, and that's when visitors and employees started experiencing strange activity. There are reports of cold spots upon entering the upstairs rooms, once utilised as a gambling hall. On other occasions, strange noises can be heard when no one is there, and the current owner often arrives in the morning to find the furniture has been rearranged during the night. At one time the activity got so bad, a psychic was brought in, and she claimed a female apparition who once spent many hours in the gambling hall appeared in front of her in a white dress, with a red stain on the body. According to legend, the lady was having a great time in the gambling hall when another patron spilled a glass of red wine down her dress. The ballroom floor is another place that is popular with the spirits. It is not unusual that on the nights bands still play at the venue. A ghostly couple can be seen gliding along its hardwood floors. In 1996, the Nat conducted an all-night ghost investigation complete with video cameras and tape recorders. However, the investigation was plagued by difficulties with the cameras as they mysteriously shut themselves off. Although they did apparently obtain a voice recording of a drum playing solo in the background and the sounds of a woman singing. Perhaps the strangest thing about the Nat is the paintwork. Legend has it that although it was first painted over 1942 and several times since then, the words Monty McGee and his orchestra continue to bleed through time and time again, and no matter how many coats of paint are applied, eventually the words come back to the fore. We'd love to know if you've ever visited, Jake, and had any experiences there. Gothenburg, Sweden. This last one is for you, Tobias, who lives in Gothenburg, Sweden. We have to admit, we haven't featured Sweden much in our videos, but should definitely do more of this, as it's a very interesting place. For Tobias, we're going to look at a strange historical multiple disappearance case that still remains unsolved. Sweden's only unsolved mass disappearance happened on July 29, 1965, in the city of Gothenburg, when 4 young men vanished off the face of the earth. Initially they were investigated individually until it was realised after a series of strange events on the same day that they could be connected. Over the years, the mystery has created a very deep rabbit hole full of confusing and conflicting information that may or may not be linked. And here we'll look at the story. 22-year-old Gay Carlson, 21-year-old John Ulof, and 16-year-old Kjell Johansson were all friends who found work in and around the shipyards and other industries in Gothenburg City. Although the three had been involved in some minor crimes and sometimes carried large amounts of cash on them, they were well liked, loyal and trustworthy to their friends and families. They were last seen on the rainy Thursday morning of July 29th, 1965, driving a midnight blue Volvo PV444 that belonged to Jean Ulof's brother, even though none of them had a driver's license. After they failed to come home, they were reported missing, although strangely, all separately and at different times. This hindered the investigation, and it took months until the police realised that they all disappeared at the same time. All three of them left salaries uncollected, they all had girlfriends, and Kjell, the youngest, had recently become a father. It was reported that they had been heard planning to go on a camping trip together to the village of Åsa, south of Gothenburg. But the weather was especially bad that day, and it seems unlikely they would have camped. Apart from that, their family and friends had no idea what their plans were for that day. On the same day the three men disappeared, an 18-year-old art student from Stockholm also disappeared. His name was Hudner Lundqvist, who'd left his family's summer residence in Torekov in the south of Sweden to travel to north of Gothenburg, where a collective of artists resided. The route there took him through Gothenburg city, and he either hitchhiked his way there or took a train. He arrived in Gothenburg sometime during the day on July 29, 1965, when he sent a postcard to his parents that read, "All is well, don't worry." This was the last time anyone heard of him. On the same day at around 2 p.m, two men, one of them dressed as a woman, stormed a bank in Gothenburg, firing wildly into the ceiling with submachine guns. A bank customer who happened to be a wrestler tackled one of the robbers to the ground, causing the robber to accidentally shoot himself in the leg. However, despite this, they still managed to get away with a lot of money. As the men fled with bank employees in pursuit, the two robbers scrambled down the nearby river and stripped away their clothes, revealing scuba gear underneath. The bank employees tried to hinder the men by throwing rocks at them, but the robbers fired back with volleys of gunfire, forcing their pursuers to retreat. The injured robber then stayed stationary under the murky water for several hours, while the other one slipped away with the money. Both of them and a third accomplice were eventually caught by police, and all three of them were Hungarian citizens who fled to Sweden after the unrest in Hungary during the 1950s. The unusual events of that day caused many to suspect that they were all linked in some way, although in the years that have followed, there have been very little progress made in solving the disappearances, although there have been some vague leads. Allegedly, the missing art student has been sighted in both Singapore and Australia, although this has never been proved. Another odd lead came when the sister of Gay Carlson went to her missing brother's apartment in the days after he disappeared. After knocking the door, a strange man answered who was wearing one of Gay's sweaters. When she asked why he was there, he said that he knew where her brother was and that he could be found in the pub district. What this meant and who the stranger was remains a mystery, and the alleged trespasser has never been found. Even after decades of police investigation, analysis by amateur sleuths, and endless debate and speculation, the case of these 4 disappearances has never been solved and is just as mysterious as it has always been. The 4 men who vanished have turned up not a shred of evidence as to where they went or why. The link with Hubner remains murky, and it's unknown what the bank heist had to do with it all, if anything. It's worth pointing out that although we could find little information in English on the case, in Sweden there are books and countless internet forums that have tried to pick apart the case and figure out just what was going on that day. And not only is it known there as the only unsolved mass disappearance in Sweden history, it's also the strangest.